trust me. There are many, many different versions of that story. Why am I? Oh, okay. I thought these were my earphones. All right, so there are many different versions of the story, but I think the one that is most relevant to us is me in 2018. Because 2018 was the first time I had a very, very serious conversation with Mr. Usa. I call him Mr. Usa to his face and in public, mainly because I want to appreciate the person that he is, show him some respect, and honor him. Behind his back, I call him innocent. So that's pretty much it. So that's that. But it was the first time I had a conversation with him. The first time I got in touch with his work, I was like, I wasn't that impressed. However, 2018, something changed, and I was sitting across from him at a table, and he was just talking, and I was like, why in God's name don't you say what you're telling me right now to people in public? That conversation was the birth of two things. It started the course of me having the opportunity to work with him, and him being my mentor as far as NLP and this entire space is concerned. Now, I share that because my journey in NLP started 2018. Towards the end of 2018, I had already made plans. I was ready to blow, as in really, really blow. And the reason why I say blow is because 2019 was the very first time I crossed $1 billion naira in revenue doing what I do. And in case you're wondering what I do, this is pretty much it. As in, I talk and tell people to raise their hands and sit down, and then I talk some more. That's pretty much it. So I made $1 billion doing that. 2019 was also the year I went into debt, 1.6 billion.
Only.
Speak for yourself. It was not only. There was nothing only about it, as far as I'm concerned. For some other person, thank God for their hustle, but for me, it was a big deal. Now, you need to understand, years ago, I had an accident. And you know how it is when you walk into a particular space and your intuition is screaming, don't do it. All right? It wasn't that way for me. All right? So I got into this bus. I was coming from Calabar to Lagos, and I got down to my seat. And there was a naval officer on my seat. I looked at him. I wanted to complain and shout and get him to get off my seat, but something told me not to, and luckily for me, I paid attention. So I turned, and there was this seat next to this really, really, really big lady, all right? And as I was going there, I had a check. Something just told me, don't sit there. But I'm looking around. The next place to go and sit was at the corner. I didn't like the person that was there. So I sat down here. It was night bus. So I'm sleeping. All of a sudden, I feel like I'm rolling around. We had an accident. And this lady, nice as she is, did not see anywhere else to fall. Except on me. So I had 6 fractured ribs. This collarbone was fractured as well. Ended up getting to hospital. I was treated and all of that, but I was never the same after that. I couldn't stand for long periods of time. It was major issues. And so because of that, the job that I was in, I had to basically leave it. It was all kinds of complicated stuff. So I had that going on. And over the years, it had gotten really, really bad. In 2019, it was really, really bad. So I had that going on, intense pain that I was going through. When I got into debt, I started scrambling to try to get the money to pay off the debt. So one of those days, I was selling off one of my buildings in Cameroon. And on my way to this human being's place, a Mack truck hits the taxi that I was in. That thing just completely messes me up. They managed to bundle me together and take me back to Lagos, but it was crazy. there were prescriptions that were given to me, and I started at a particular point in time from withdrawing from some of those drugs that were given to me. I had problems with my memory. Right. Now, I'm sharing all of this because whilst all of this was happening, I was going for NLP training. And of course, unless you were close to me and you really, really knew what was going on, you would not have any clue. By understanding how to manage what's going on here in my head, by knowing how to represent information to myself, I was able to stay focused, and within the same year, come out of debt 1.6.
Wow. Same year.
Same year. Same year. My daughter, my second daughter, my eldest daughter, by the way, are you guys ready? Is 27 years old. Yeah.
Wow. How old are you?
I am funky. Okay, so bottom line, she had this issue where if you do anything for her, all right, if it's a positive thing, she doesn't remember. All right, she doesn't remember. She sits down, you ask her, do you remember? It just blanks. But if it's anything bad, this babe will remember it like to the black and white. Now, I used to think she was ungrateful. I was in class one particular day, and it occurred to me that maybe she just doesn't know how to access good memories. So we went through the entire thing. My daughter today can remember both the good things and the bad things. I can't begin to tell you enough what learning NLP has done for me. Now, here's what is even more important. I have 8 master practitioner certifications in NLP. All right? Meaning that I've been around. I've gone around. And the reason why I say that is all of these classes that I have been to, the curriculum is standard. It's the same curriculum everywhere. However, by the time you've gone through that particular class, it's almost like, it's very impersonal. You can't go through the class and solve your own issues. And the reason why I say that is because what Innocent Minds brings to the table and the experience that you had with Innocent Minds, you'll be hard-pressed to find it anywhere. And I don't say this because it's here. It's just the truth. All right? What he brings to the table, the way he assembles every single thing, the experience that he gives to you, and also, if you're paying attention, the ability for you to transfer that experience to someone else gives you the ability to do a whole lot. So, that's who I am. Question: why should you trust me? Well, I'm a fine guy. I don't understand what else you people are looking for, to be very, very honest. But aside from that, there have been different graduates of this particular class. Well, not this one. Different graduates of the Master Practitioner class. And if you have not done Master Practitioner, I would encourage you to, because that stuff I did with the Cartesian logic, you get to know about it there. But there have been different students at different points in time that I have worked with. Okay? One of my favorites is the one that people in Lagos call Headmistress. Her name is, oh my God, I can't believe, what's her name? Edit that place out. All right. So one of my favorites is Nike. I started working with Nike in 2019. 2019. January 2019, December 2018, going into that. So I started working with her then. And basically, I helped her do just a few things. First of all, was to organize all the principles that you currently know. Okay? All the principles that you currently know right now, help her organize into something that is uniquely her own, that is in line with her values, that is in line with the person that she is. And so based on that, we created something called Simple Radical Change. All right. And it's just a question of taking the same tools that you have done and then organizing them to produce a very, very specific result based on your values. So she started Simple Radical Change. Today, in order for you to work with Nike Ajayi over the course of a year, you would have to put down the equivalent of 7,000 US dollars. So this is not somebody that is too far. I don't know how many of you have heard about Stephanie Obi. Okay, she's a end-time graduate of the class. One of the things that I did with Stephanie Obi, she had gotten to a particular place in 2020 during the pandemic. It rocked a lot of people. The pandemic brought a lot of reality to a lot of people. So Stephanie was at that particular point in time when she was kind of stuck, all right? I did 3 things with her. The same thing about aligning her values, okay? The Cartesian logic thing that we did, and then looked at her personal strategy for coming up with ideas. We finished that. Stephanie launched her 30-day gold something challenge, and in 30 days made 25,000 US dollars. So that's that. I can tell you stories upon stories upon stories upon stories about people when it comes to the money, but it will now seem as if I'm bragging. So let me reduce it a little. Okay. Nanke Essien just simply recently completed the what they call it, master practitioner course. Okay, and she joined me in a particular program, and there's something about clean communication, being able to effectively define the outcome that you're going to produce for somebody in a way that hits all of the submodalities, in a way that hits all of the representational systems. So she came into the program, and one of the first things that she did was tell me what she does for a living. And it was one long thing. I can't even remember what it was now, but it was something about helping employers manage processes for high performance staff that would something. And I'm listening to her and all of that, and I'm like, okay. So essentially what you're telling me is you help these businesses get staff who know what to do and then do it. Right? And she's like, it can't be that easy. It can't be that, like, that's simple. So she now said that the people who she works with, they don't talk like that. They use a lot of formal language. So I said, okay, look, let's run a test. All right? Use your formal language and then send this other one to them. Nanke does that. And they pick that last one and they're like, why didn't you tell us this? Sings. All of us here have that same capacity to use language in ways that are meaningful, relevant, and engaging. My hope is that by the end of today, all of us would begin to look at these skills in a completely different way and leverage them effectively to make a difference in other people's lives. Now, my last example is one that I'm really proud of, and it's Jida. I asked her special permission before I talked about it. So I met Jida about 6 weeks ago, right? Okay, so about 6 weeks ago. So 6 weeks ago, she was basically telling me that the most that she had ever taken for walking people through processes was 30,000.
One session was 30,000.
One session was 30,000. How much do you charge now?
100.
She's being modest. Do I tell the exact thing or do I hold it back?
100,000 per session.
Okay, yeah. But that's that. But this is somebody who went from being able to ask for 30 for the same things that she's talking about. And once she was able to define what her focus was, she jumped to the 6-figure bracket. It's very possible for each and every single one of us here to do amazing things But the thing is, the way I see it is, it's kind of like someone who has treasure. Okay? Let's say you're sitting down on that chair, and underneath your chair was an envelope with $1 million check. Underneath it. And you did not know. Someone is checking. I did not put anything there. And someone is checking. But you sit down there, you get up, you sit down there, you get up, you shift the chair, you throw it here, do every single thing with it, but you don't know what you're sitting on. One of my favorite stories was one of the first breakthroughs that I had in class, and I think it was at practitioner level. And we were in class, and we just finished talking about values, and then we talked about chunking. All right, you know how you chunk up and you chunk down and that kind of thing. Do you guys understand how powerful that thing is? So, yes. If you want to have 3 pieces of meat in your child's place, it will just be because they want it, not because they have to. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Whatever. All right, so here's something that I want us to look at. All right, and it's for us to understand what today is really, 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 really about. Most of us came here because the tagline said, how to multiply your income, your impact, and influence with your NLP skills. Yay! So that's why you're here. So it's because of this. But if it was just because of NLP, the reason why I'm doing that is because I have a long-term hate-love relationship with photographers. You'll now see this photo. It's be like... So anytime I see that, I just like hold myself well, pose well. All right, so this is it, okay? And some of us might say that we are here for this results. In other words, the income, the impact, the influence. We understand what income is about, right? Hello?
Yeah.
All right. What is impact? Transformation. Nice. What else? What is impact? The way people feel. Okay. What else? Change. So we're saying that we want to make money. We want to be able to transform things, change the way people feel. What else? Touch lives. Okay, great. What about influence? What does influence mean? Leadership, right? Legacy, all right? To be able to change things. How do I say influence things without influencing things? All right. But for a lot of people, if we have these 3 things here, it kind of sort of makes sense. My point in showing this is that it's not about NLP. It's not about this. It's actually about this thing called personal power. Your ability to produce any result you want, when you want it, how you want it, and with whoever you want it, whether it's an individual, whether it's yourself, whether it's your community, whether it's a government, whether it's an organization, whether it's non-profit, wherever it is, becoming that powerful agent of change is what all of this empowers you to be, and what exactly it is that we are talking about today. And the reason why I say that is because I understand that, well, to be very, very honest, most of us who are here, if you're here in this particular class and you've had the benefit of sitting down under Mr. Usa, Innocent. If you have that opportunity to sit behind or in front of him or under him, as the case may be, this does not really, really motivate you. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes.
If you disagree, please leave the class. All right. All right. So most of us are not motivated by this, but we understand that this is important. Okay? One of the things I try to get people to understand is Do you guys know that the threshold for wealth across the world is 150,000 US dollars? It's at 150,000 US dollars that you get into the top 10% of wealthy people in the world. In other words, it takes 60 million naira to step into the top wealthy people in the world. However, how many people generate that in a year? In 2019, a quick poll was done by the National Labor or Productivity, whatever, like that. And the number of millionaires in Nigeria, guess how many millionaires we had in Nigeria in 2019? Official reports. I'm not talking about those that don't pay tax. Wild guess? 50,400. Yeah. 50,400 based on tax paid. Yeah, like I said, it's not those that pay tax, we didn't include them there, but official records of people who pay tax. 50,400. The number of people living in official poverty is large. Okay? And so for us, even though this is not a motivator, this has to be something that we keep front and center. Because there are all kinds of people pushing agendas across the world today. And the reason why they're able to push that agenda is because they have the resources to do that. You could have all the skill. You could have all the connections, as the case may be. But when push comes to shove, and you have two people with connections, and one of them has more money, it's the person with more money and sometimes character that would actually have their own agenda pushed. On Facebook right now, I know a lot of really good people. Lots and lots of people who have talents. They've got knowledge, they've got wisdom, they've got all kinds of things. And they're doing the posting game. Cam, one of my clients, spends $3,000 a day on ads to push his content. How do you compete with that? Where do you even start? So look, when we're talking about the transformation thing, when we're talking about personal power and all of that, income, very important. If you're a single person, okay, threshold for you to say, okay, look, you're not poor, but you're not rich either. If you're a single person, you don't have any dependents and all of that, across the world, it's 27,000 US dollars across the world. Most people in Nigeria with families of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are living on less than 25,000 US dollars a year. And some of them think that is breakthrough salary. So it's important, it's very important that we keep this front and center. Yes, personal development, but make no mistake, the conversation I'm having today has a very serious commercial agenda. And that is that each and every single one of us, as much as I possibly can, to get us to cross this. Final thing about money, and I'll shut up. Not a promise. You guys remember NSAS and the tragedy that followed it. It went that long mainly because there were people who could fund it. Okay. But imagine if a good number of the people who were on ground, because the people who funded it were not there. Now, imagine if a good number of the people who were on ground brought in 150,000 US every year. Do you seriously think it would have ended that way? Because with more resources, you have more clout. With the resources that you have available to you, you can change You can put anybody that you want in office, literally. But the reason why most of us can't play at that level and influence things at that particular level is because we don't have the money. We shout about education here in Nigeria. With the right resources, just one person here literally could change it. 150,000 US dollars will change the total outlook of more than 10 schools here in Lagos. You people are showing yourself now. See, remember that I'm the one in front here. I can teach you people nonsense. So be nice. But it's default. I forgot myself for a moment. So this is about personal power. This is about personal power. The ability to produce any result that you want, when you want, how you want it, at any particular level that you want. All right? So, let's look at this. Is it possible for me to connect this? Would that be possible? Would that be possible? Yes. If it's possible, that would be great. But in the as in to project something here. I'm not quite sure how that would work, but whatever. But here's the thing. This 4 stages as far as being able to create income, multiply our influence, multiply our impact with our NLP skills. I did it like this deliberately so that I would have your attention. You know how all of you are just like... Yes. So I have all these small tricks that will get your attention, because if you're always like this, you might sleep. But if your neck is like this, it's a different matter. By the time it comes back up, you'll be awake. So at the very, very first stage, we have those of us who are figuring things out. Looking for where? Okay, we might not be able to do that. I'll need an adapter. Okay, don't worry. All right. Yeah, sure. I can send the file. Definitely. Sorry? No. I am one of those Android PC people that have beef with Mac and iPhone human beings. Yes. That long ongoing battle. I've even forgotten why I don't like Apple. I've completely forgotten. But anyway, we are all in each of these categories. First are those of us who are just basically figuring things out. You've gone for the training. You've done level 1, level 2. You're a practitioner, you're a master practitioner, you're a results coach, you're this, you're that, performance consultant. It's there. What in God's name does all of this mean? You know? And then in class they told you practice. You're like, okay. And you finish the class and it's great, the excitement is great, and as long as you're in that same environment, things are like happening, and so you get out. Now you have a completely different set of things that you can say. So some of us jump into training, they invite us to come facilitate, but to be very, very honest, we haven't really made that connection between this thing that I'm supposed to be doing here and that. Why? Because when we came for the program, we didn't come for the certification, we came for personal development. We came because someone told us that NLP will change your life. And so for those of us who went through this entire program, we found out that we attended the program, we had breakthroughs, we had shifts in consciousness. There were all kinds of things that happened for us. And we're like, oh, thank you. But this performance consultant, results coach, master results coach, master this, I don't know. Exactly. How does it really work? And so we find out that there's a lot of us there in this particular space. And typically, from your NLP skills, you really might not do more than 0 to 500,000 naira, if you even get to 500,000 naira a month. But beyond that, you have those of us who, one way or the other, have started to figure things out. You've mastered certain things. You've mastered certain tools, and you've started getting some traction out there in the marketplace. You're working it out. Okay? So people like Nike, working it out. Yeah, people are paying me. People are doing stuff for me. People like Judah, they're working it out. Okay? Now here's something that you need to understand. Until you cross 100,000 US dollars a year, you don't have a business. You have a source of income?
That's in turnover or
In revenue. Revenue. Money that has actually come in, the total amount, before tax, before all of those kinds of stuff.
What figure did you mention?
100,000 US dollars. As of last year, that meant 40 million naira. As of this year, 50. Thereabout. But internationally, if you're not bringing in 80,000 pounds or 100,000 US dollars, you don't have a business. You're not regarded as a business. You might be seen as a micro enterprise, but you're not even regarded as a small business. Okay? So, when you have your 1 million that has come in, you have your 2 million that has come in, you have your 3 million that has come in, thank God, but understand that your road is still far. Okay? Okay? And what I'm hoping to do with us today is to expand our consciousness about what is possible. So we have people who are rocking it. Okay? These people are bringing in between 2 million to 5 million monthly. They are starting to be clear about their marketplace. They are beginning to consolidate things. They've established partnerships. It has been proven that the market needs what they want. Huh?
what they have.
You guys remember that I told you guys that typos. There are also verbal typos, just in case. I hope I didn't put on any of my naughty pages. If you guys, anything that you people see, shall you people just take? Let's see. All right. I hope this is clear. All right, so this is, can you all see this? Sorry. All right. Putting up the light might make it a bit bigger. But anyway, I will explain it for those of us that can't see. So essentially, figuring it out, all right, is basically from white belt to orange. I used a martial arts metaphor for this. And the reason why I used the martial arts metaphor was because at some point in my life, I used to be very, very dangerous. Yeah. You see that this thing that you guys are looking at here right now used to be glass. Yeah. Not now that it's like fufu, badly made fufu. All right. So this is using the belt system of Taekwondo. All right. And essentially all I'm saying is for those of us who are figuring it out, all right, this is the journey you're making. You're going from white belt to orange. And the three things that you're focused on is learning, making strategic resolutions, and owning your worth. Because the biggest struggle that people have here, will people pay me? Can I handle it from where? All of those things. So when I say learning, okay, I'm referring to you deliberately making as many mistakes as possible. All right? I'm talking about you deliberately making as many mistakes as possible. At this point, this figuring it out stage, having a job is a blessing. Having an already established source of revenue is a blessing. Not having to worry about money that is coming in is a blessing, because part of learning is making mistakes, and making mistakes is expensive, and it's the kind of mistakes that I'm talking about. Because you're going to have to try lots of things in order to know what is in alignment with you. Did you guys take that assessment that I sent to you? How many celebrities do we have here?
I'm a mixture of two.
Yeah, everybody is a mixture of two. How many people are majorly connectors? How many creators? How many change makers? Ah, my people, you guys are the troublemakers. All right. So now we have celebrities, we have change makers, we have connectors, we have creators. All of us here, all right, the way we express ourselves in the marketplace, it's different. Just because they say online courses is the rage now does not mean you should go and do an online course. Because someone else is speaking does not mean that's the only way to get into this. Because somebody spent £1 million on Facebook ads does not mean you should. Okay? One of my mentors used to say something. He said that, or she said that if you want to make money, study marketing. But if you want to make a fortune, understand yourself. Understand yourself. So, getting to learning, making strategic resolutions, because as a result of the mistakes that you're making here at White Belt, you know how mistakes will help you develop sense? Yeah. So, it's the mistakes that help you understand yourself and therefore know exactly what you're supposed to do that works for you. Anybody, including me, that tells you that there is only this way and only that way and only this other way to do anything at all is guessing at best, because nobody knows you better than you know yourself. My first claim to fame, and this particular product rather, does not have anything to do with NLP, but I have this thing called Power Ideas, and that was what basically launched me out in this particular field. For 5 years, Power Ideas is a monthly audio CD. Okay, COVID-19 forced me to change the business model a little, but before then, it was monthly audio CDs that I was selling every single month on a subscription basis. A year subscription, 600 naira. I had over 4,000 subscribers. Yes. Got powers. All right. So I'll just rush through this. So I had that. So over 4,000 subscribers. That's now. But for 5 years, I couldn't make 50,000 naira a month from that particular program. Consultants told me to drop it. My wife, bless her heart, who carried me on her back for a very, 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 very long time, told me, babe, what is this about? I said, I don't know. I just think there's something here. And it's amazing how she was patient throughout all that period of time. But in my 5th year, we brought in 30 million naira. 5th year.
Same product.
Yeah. Now, throughout that period of time, different people had told me this thing is not working. What happened in the 5th year? Donald Duke came into office, started changing Cross River states around. Banks started coming into the states. Somehow I was like, boom, rather than going everywhere, why don't you just go to the banks? People in banks, every single time they have performance reviews and they want to see what you've done to develop yourself. So instead of presenting it as motivational CDs, I started presenting it as an alternative to Lagos Business School. All right? And all you had to do, buy the CDs, listen to it, send me a 500-word article about what you learned, how you applied it, and what the result was. And in return, I'll give you a digital certificate of completion. If you want the physical certificate with my stamp on it or my seal on it, it's 25,000 naira. Do you know how many people gave me 25,000 naira? It was ridiculous. Now, Year 1, nothing. Year 2, nothing. Year 3, nothing. Year 4, nothing.
What changed?
I did nothing.
I think I changed because all through those years I learned quite a lot. But the most important thing isn't what changed. The most important thing was what kept me. Yeah. There was just something inside of me that said, this is it.
Maybe you believed.
Yeah, I did believe in it, but why? All the evidence is around me. The only thing that I had at the back of my head was that if I could get 1 subscriber, I'll get 2. If I can get 2, I'll get 4. If I can get 4, I'll get 6. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I will shall continue. That was that. But in the 5th year, every single thing turned around. So I'm saying that because this is very important. I had a lot of quarrels with my wife. There were periods of time when my family members, whenever we have like our quarterly or monthly meeting, guess who's the topic? It's me. They had gone and looked for work for me in multiple different places. And because I was not accepting it, it's like this guy, they put something in food for him. But there was something inside. All right? So it's your learnings that give you the ability to make strategic resolutions, that give you the ability to start having conviction about the value that you bring to the table. And the moment you have conviction, it's conviction that enables you to stand in front of somebody and get them believing what you believe. When 2 people are together, it's the person with the greater conviction that swings them. It's the person with the greater conviction that leads. And the only thing right now that keeps people here is there's no conviction about the actual power of the tools that you have at your disposal. That's the only reason. All right? Now, working it out, we're talking about people who are from Greenbelt. All right? This is 10.8 to 14.4 million per annum. You're doing this, so between Greenbelt and Blue Belt. Okay? That's what this is about. All right? And at this particular point in time, it's about intelligent work, hard work. It's about consolidating every single thing that you're doing. And it's about decisions, making even better decisions. So, with Nike, for instance, we had gotten all of so
What's
see
that black one?
my NLP, this one here,
After intelligent hard work, what's
this is consolidation.
Okay.
Consolidate. All right. So what actually happened with Nike? So 2019, when we started working together, was all about this. Okay? 2019 was all about this. And we got into 2019, and by the time she got all of this mastered, to the point where if I challenge whatever it is that she is saying, she argues back because she knows what she's saying. It's no longer Victor knows better. It's not a question of, no, I know you. Exactly. Okay. All right. So that was pretty much it. And then getting into 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, she gets something that brings in 10 million from 150, 300,000 here, 200,000 there. That was the whole of 2019. But jumping into 2020, first take, 10 million. Now she has to work smart because the load on her is a whole lot more. Now she has to take all the offers that she had before and form them into one thing that now makes sense for the marketplace. Now she has to start making decisions about how she's going to invest her time, how she is going to have energy, because she's a wife, okay? She's got a son, and COVID-19 turned all of us into apprentice teachers, okay, because of homeschooling and all of that. So she has to balance all of that out. She has an amazing husband, but Nigeria is what it is. We're not that aware yet. So women, sorry, okay, you still have a lot of responsibilities. And so she has to balance all of that. And that meant making the right kinds of decisions. She's still here. Where?
After intelligent hard work,
Intelligent hard work, this is consolidate.
the next control.
This is decision here. All right. So everybody here working it out. You're making 500K to 2 million per month. Rocking it. You started figuring things out. And that is people from red belt all the way up to black belt. All right. And what you're doing is working on your value, working on activity, the right kinds of activity. And this, at this point, is when you start making positioning decisions. And when I say positioning decisions, it's here that if you write a book, the book makes sense.
Where?
Here, at black belt. That's where if you write a book, you're not talking rubbish. Because all the experiences here is what's showing up here. At this particular point in time, this is when you start thinking about PR. This is when you start thinking about social media. This is when you really, really start thinking, yeah, I'll explain that. Because I noticed, social media, huh? I'll explain that. Okay, so all of that is happening there. Now, from 5 million above, that's 1-star black belt. Here, this thing about leverage, it's from here that you actually start building.
5 million consistently.
Yeah.
No up and down.
Yeah. You're making 5 million and above. This is when your business has started. Because at this particular point in time, if I ask you, what's your target market? You can say it. What's your message? You can say it. What are you really, really about? You can say it. What's the transformation you're bringing to the marketplace? You can say it. Before all of this, if I ask you here, you know, as a matter of fact, you see, if I ask you here, I ask you here, please. But do you know how many people are just here and they think they've arrived?
Yeah.
It's insane. So for us here, I want us to play a much bigger game. Okay? You want to do this thing, do it well. There's something that happens. I don't really need it anymore. There's something that happens. No, we're done. No, you guys can have that later. But there's something that happens when you step into this place. Okay? There's something that happens here. All right? At this particular place, you can afford $1,000 a day to promote your agenda. You can. At this particular place, you can leverage yourself in so many different ways. But this is where it starts. And my assignment today is to show you exactly what you need to do to go from here all the way here. Would that be a good? So you guys mean that all the things that I have said, if I just that you guys will be telling me. Now wow. I can't even hear properly, sir. All right, so how exactly do you do this? So how do you do this? You see?
This is where we belong. Show us.
So how do you do this? The cocoa is here. Oh, by the way, let me check the time because I've got to time this effectively. I'm breaking this up into a few sessions so that I would actually have time for questions and really, really talk. Because look, I can come here and give you guys stories. Oh my God, he's here. My friend, I've always like, rubbing his hair just gives me this like therapy. Anyway, so 12:28. Okay, so we just have a few minutes before the first one. So how exactly do you do this? There are three things, okay? that you need to focus on. But before I go into those three things, let me talk about three problems. All right? Problem number one that each and every single one of us here has is the fact that when you're in front of somebody that potentially needs you, you don't know how to make yourself irresistible. And so the person will just be pricing you up and down. It's very annoying. Yeah, very, very painful. Problem number two, you don't know how to connect with your audience and sell. You don't know. So we're going to fix that. And problem number three, you don't know how to get in front of the right people at the right time for the right reasons. The world has changed. This is not the time to be doing social media for social media's sake. This is not the time to follow that advice of post, 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 post. Algorithms change like a second per second. So whatever strategy you used last week Tuesday, it just takes one person to wake up in the morning and say, let's cut that off, let's add this now. And then you have something else to learn. When Instagram Reels came out, I deliberately left it because I was like, it's enough. I only have 2 Reels. 2 Reels. And when we're talking about platforms, I'll explain something about Instagram that would make you guys understand how exactly to use it as a platform. I have only 2 Reels. The first one is a caption. Sorry, 3 Reels. The first one is a caption that says, when somebody talks about not being able to whatever, I'll play it to you guys much later. But just those 2 reels have brought me in front of quite a lot of people. There's a way for you to do this without necessarily burning out or overwhelming yourself. There's work. Don't don't fool yourself. There's a lot of work, but it's smart work. All right. So, how do you solve that problem? Well, first of all, we have you here at the center of every single thing that we are doing. And the very first thing that you need to get out and get clear okay, you need to get clear. So, JIDA, inside information, this is another way to present a solution frame. All right, I'll explain that one later. Okay, so clarity. You need to be clear about 3 specific things. You need to be clear about the problem you solve. You need to be clear about who you solve it for. And you need to be clear about how that person needs to see you. All right? Very, 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 very important. You need to be clear about the problem that you solve. You need to be clear about who you're solving it for. And you need to be clear about how they need to see you. Because every single person has a bias. Collectively, as markets, people have biases. So, how many of us, when we finished our NLP class, looked down at people? Hey, yeah, you don't know. Are you at cause or are you at effect?
Please, I'm trying to understand. They need how that person
needs to see you. They need to see you. Yeah.
Physical appearance or what?
No, I'm not talking about physical appearance. I'm talking about you totally. You entirely. So let me use this. I'll be jumping back and forth between charts. It depends. It depends on the market. It depends on who you're targeting. So let me explain this to us. Very, 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 very key. How many of you have heard about logical levels of change? Neurological. Okay, so the neurological levels of change. If you're not master practitioner, sorry, but this is like a head start on that. All right. What's your name again? Okay, so with that, basically we're saying it was done by a guy called Robert Dilts. All right, so we have environment. Okay, we have behavior or habits. I told you guys about it. Then you have capabilities. Yes, and skills. Then you have values and beliefs. And we have identity. You say? Before identity. No, usually it's values, beliefs spaced out, but I prefer to put them together. So here's the thing. To answer your question, for every single market that you want to get into, what do they need to see around you? In order for you to access that particular market, how do they... There are certain markets that I go to and I would not be dressed like this.
Why did you dress like this when you are coming to?
Yeah, my people. Plus, if I came here looking all stuffed up and everything, most of you would not be able to relate with me. So I had to put that into consideration. Because I want you guys to see me as a regular, everyday student. Even though I'm not, yeah. But that's the perception I want. All right? And so every single thing about me, every single thing about the way I'm behaving here, every single thing about how I'm talking is with a particular focus in mind. In a completely different market, you'll be like, huh. Yeah. So I have this new thing that I am doing that triggers women a lot. It's a brand called Why He Won't Marry You. Yeah. And so I've had a lot of people who have come into my inbox. But with that particular brand, because the people that it's focused on are 35-year-old women who have been in career for a very, very long time. Sometimes they might have a child, they might not have a child. They've reached like a level where if they want to travel out, they can travel out. If they want to do something for themselves, they can do something for themselves. But they're at that level where they suddenly realize, oh my God, I'm lonely. Okay, I want this there. And most of these women want very high value men. So they want somebody who is at their level financially or higher. All right. If I'm going to that particular market, how am I supposed to look? I am supposed to look like a high value man. So every single thing about my swag will change. But it's not a question of me pretending to be something that I am not. Remember one of the presuppositions of NLP? The person who is most flexible does what? Exactly. Your personality is not fixed. You're not necessarily who you think you are. You are whoever you choose to be. What's authenticity?
Being true to yourself.
What does that mean? Yeah, but what does it mean? It means you're clear about your values and your beliefs and what you stand for. Exactly. That I'm clear about my values and my beliefs and what I stand for does not mean I'm trapped in a particular way of being. I can be an extrovert. I can be an introvert. I can be a snob if it fits my purpose. I can be passive if it suits my purpose. Yes, sir. Sorry? He's basically telling me that's what he's doing, sort of, kind of, I think. Yes, sir. Sorry? It's because of the way you're thinking about it and possibly the way you've defined it in your mind. Are you always the way you are right now? Exactly. Is it stressful?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I work with parents.
Yeah.
And this is my style. And I know it's a perception. Like, there's some people who patronize me because they think I'm not serious. Maybe because of the color of my hair, my dressing, and all of that. So, do I need to change and package myself as a serious person?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. So, look, the lady who sold me on the school that my kids are going to, we had three options. I went to the first one, I wasn't feeling it. I went to the second one, I wasn't feeling it. I stepped into this particular place, and it was this lady that met me. And first thing she did was give me her complimentary. It was the cheapest, most ugly looking thing I had ever seen in my entire life. But okay, I put it there. And so she asked me about my daughter. It was my mother that I was taking to school. And then she started asking me questions about what does Mima like? What kinds of things like make her come alive and that kind of thing. And then she started giving me tips and basically explained Mima to me in a way that I knew no other person would have known if they didn't spend time with her. And I was like, yeah. The biggest way for you to create rapport with any marketplace at all, especially in this online world, is language. It's not about, I've gone online, live. So when we started the Highly Paid Experts Network, I never used to cut my hair. I would leave my hair to grow. I've spent like 45 years trying to get, this is 45 years of work. After 45 years, this is all I can show. Okay? And so to compensate for it, I had like really, really bushy hair. I've gone live with a cockroach on my wall. And people in the chat were like, there's a cockroach on your wall, there's a cockroach on your wall. I stand up, I'm like, this one, I whack it, boom. And then I continue. And they're like, there's a stain there. I'm like, okay, wait. And then there are people who saw that and they were immediately turned off until I opened my mouth. Sorry? Oh, okay. Oh, you're one of those that got turned off? Jesus. Oh, okay. Tough crowd. But do you get what I'm trying to say? It's language, especially when the biggest point of influence for us these days is online. It's language. A lot of times people can judge you. Look, there's no when it comes to clothes, when it comes to how you dress and all of that, look, you can't satisfy people. There will always be one person that looks at this and says, what is this? So that's not the issue. But you do whatever it is as far as you are concerned and based on what you understand about your market to make sure that environment-wise and you-wise, as long as it's not against your values, your beliefs.
Lunch for everybody.
Is it on mute now?
No,
Okay, please put it on mute. Thank you very, very much.
Don't take them. They just give lunch to everybody.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're getting
the stress I was trying to
Okay.
so
Guys, listen, please.
So I have a full-time
Yeah.
and my full-time
Full-time job.
is a serious job.
Yeah.
I have to be on suit
Mm-hmm.
and look serious and talk serious.
Mm-hmm.
It's tech.
Yeah.
Online, it's storytelling, writing.
Yeah.
For my tech audience, they don't see this as a serious work.
So,
But I make money from it.
how is that a problem for you?
It is.
Why? Yeah.
I've had several conversations with giants in tech who are telling me, Lam, you can just calm down on this thing you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's limiting the kind of public engagement I get because they won't invite me because if you Google my name, you see things about storytelling and teaching and writing.
Mm-hmm.
But they want the tech enthusiast who is the representative of the British government. That's what they want.
Yeah.
But I had to create a clear dichotomy between my full-time and my online perception, and that was really tough. And so I wake up in the morning, 8 to 5, I'm doing this full-time work, responding to 1,000 emails. And then when I'm done, I now have to switch gear to coach somebody at 5 p.m. And I find that it's stressful. So that's the stress I'm speaking.
Okay. We'll talk about the stress later, but in order to solve what you are talking about, do you have a LinkedIn profile?
Yeah, just career work. I never do anything.
You never do anything on it. Big mistake. So when it comes to tech, do you write around that particular space? Okay, so here's all I'm going to ask you to do. When it comes to the tech side of things, and honestly, this is like typically all you're going to do. You have a particular company that you're affiliated with right now, right? Okay, fine. So what I want you to do is, for your own job space and the things that are concerned with you, take 1 minute videos. 1 minute videos, just answering frequently asked questions about your space. 1 minute videos about frequently asked questions about your space. 1 minute each. All right? And those 1 minute videos, I want you to upload them into YouTube. Okay? And in the title, add your name and the firm that you're working with. So what's going to happen at the end of 30 videos? When they Google you, they see your videos. There's no other person in tech that will have as many videos as you in your company. So the whole thing is for you to understand that you can be all that. The reason why they're telling you to pipe down is because there's nothing about you in that particular space. Your online footprint is one-sided.
Yeah.
That's the only problem here. If you want to take that to a completely different level, the same frequently asked questions, you don't have to do more than that. The same frequently asked questions, transcribe them, okay? Add a little bit of story here, story there, or whatever. You know how you do whatever it is that you do. And you'll have 12 articles on Medium. Period. End of story. But add the name of your company next to you in every single thing. So if they check for you, that goes on. If they search for your company, that comes up as well. You get, so that's it. And maximize LinkedIn. No, where he's working. Yeah.
The policy of your place doesn't allow you to do that.
Yes, they want it.
They want it. There's no organization that, as long as it promotes that organization, there's.
Because some organizations have policies around that. Like where I used to work on my bank, you get clearance from strategy to do anything.
Clearance from strategy to use their name next to yours, but you don't need clearance from them to post on YouTube and talk about frequently asked questions concerning what you do.
What you do as a tech president.
So this is like the industry generally.
Sorry? You can talk about the industry generally. You can talk about the specifics of your job, not including private details for the organizations. But for his own case, it's to answer that. In the banking, they won't allow you to do that. That's odd. But anyway, each to his own. But
If it's more flexible now, since
yeah.
left
Because I work with a few bankers. And for a number of them, particularly for those who are trying to like reach targets, we leverage online content marketing like crazy. So that's where I'm coming from. All right. So that's pretty much that. Okay. So it's about all of this. Okay, Miriam, this was for you. So you want to be clear about that. The people that you are targeting, how do they expect you to behave? What kind of habits would they expect from you? Are they okay with you being inconsistent? Or are they okay with you being consistent? Do they expect that how do they define trust? Okay, is it the person who is always showing up every single day, or the person who shows up every now and then but has like really, really great content? Do you always have to be in their face? Okay, all of that has to be there. What are the skills that you need to develop in order for you to be relevant to them? What are the values and beliefs that you have to have? When it comes to working with people with a lot of influence, or people who are in command of other people, one of the most interesting beliefs that I have had to develop is that you are not your decisions. You are not your decisions. Do you know what it's like to sign a sheet of paper and send 100,000 people to their debts? People in power do that. No, not executioners. They send them to a place. They know that they're all going to die, but it has to be done. Yeah. And it disturbs a lot of them. Yeah. All right. So values, understanding those values, very, 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 very important. And then, of course, being clear on you as a person, because in all of these shifts, if you're not clear about who you are, you can lose yourself. Yeah. All right. So that is how you do that. Moving. Oops. There we go. All right. So we're talking about clarity. All right. You guys notice how techy I am? Appreciate it. It's all for you guys. All right. So you've got to be clear. You've got to be clear. And it's when you know the problem that you are solving, who you're solving it for, and how they need to see you. That's how you become irresistible. All right? The only reason I would be important to you is if what you want or what I'm trying to do for you is actually in alignment with the things that you are headed for as well. So the person who does not want an electric iron, the person who is selling electric irons, is that person relevant to them? No. All right? So you've got to pick your battles, and I'll dig into this much later. Now, it's not just about clarity. It's also about being someone who connects. Now, if you notice, NLP enables you to do this very, very effectively because you know how to define outcomes. All right? Connection is, what's another word for connection? Rapport. Great. Okay. And you've got to learn to connect with authentic, that word that you talked about, authentic leadership. You've got to be able to connect via community. And you've got to also be able to connect through conversation. All right. Now, these two, all right, gives you the ability to generate income. All right. This two gives you the ability to generate income. Being clear, understanding how to show up and be yourself, and also be the kind of person that can connect and relate with whoever it is that you need to connect and relate with at any particular point in time. Being able to build community around yourself. What's community? What do you guys think community is? Tribe, yes.
People who have the same beliefs and trying to achieve the same things.
Exactly, I love that. So a tribe of people, a group of people who have the same beliefs and are trying to achieve the same goal. All right, which is why it's very important for you to be clear about your problem that you're solving. You can't build community except with people who identify with the issues that you're shouting about. All right, very important. And then knowing how to have conversation with people. Have you ever been in a situation where you meet somebody for the first time, you spend 30 minutes with the person and you trust them? Why? This is why we all need therapy. I mean, think about it. It's insane. But it happens all the time. Yeah. And so, whether it's online or offline or on offline media, in other words, newspapers, TV, radio, whatever, it's the person that facilitates the conversation that controls. Not the system. that controls the flow of thinking. That's why some people just deliberately, every time they feel like they're not getting relevant, they cause one scandal like that makes people talk. It's conversation. So knowing how to generate conversation as a whole, or conversation one-on-one concerning this, not you. Okay? Because if you're generating conversation about you, that's this whole thing called personal branding. And personal branding is so old school. Yeah, I said it. It's so old school. You don't want to do that. You don't want to go there. You don't want to be that. No. At all. And let me explain. So, imagine that we came here. And I started this conversation. It was all about me. It's me, it's me, it's me. Oh my God, look at me. I am so fine. Everybody say yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So the rapport never reached that level. But I made it all about me. Somewhere down the line, you hear some kind of scandal. In that moment, I can either lose your trust or you would reduce it small and maybe distance yourself a little bit from me. However, if instead of making it about me, I make it about the journey that we are all about. Okay? It's about the journey. We're all human beings. We can all make mistakes. Yeah. And then I mess up. What happens? We're all human beings. Yeah. Exactly.
It happens to anybody.
Yeah, it can happen to anybody. Exactly. You know. All right. And that's because of the current level of consciousness. All right. Remember the logical levels of change? We also have that neurological levels of change. It has so many different applications. All right. When it comes to how you think about your marketing, when it comes to how you think about how you build your brand and your presence online, but even more importantly, when you think about how consciousness moves from country to country, from continent to continent, globally right now, there's a huge trend, not towards capabilities, not towards behavior, not even towards localities. Most people are targeting right now based on values and beliefs. So if you see ads, the ones that touch you, it's not about behaviors. It's about your values, it's about your beliefs. And so because of that, behaviors, capabilities, environment, the domain of personal branding. Values, beliefs, identity, the domain of movements. That was deep. Did you record it? Oh my God. So basically what I said was that, oh my God, I have to position this and say it again. So, are you guys paying attention?
Yeah, we are.
Because I'm allowed to say it again.
Yes.
Oh yeah. So, capabilities, behaviors, and environments. The domain of personal branding. So everything to do with personal branding is all about that. What I'm wearing, how I'm behaving, the skills that I have. Look at me. Look at me. All right. When it comes to values, beliefs, and identity, it's about movements. So when you think about religion, okay, what makes religion so powerful? It's a common identity that it gives to you, your values, your beliefs. It's the reason why people go to war. Hi, finally I get to see you. You know? So that's pretty much it. So you don't want to do that. So between being able to connect and being able to be very, 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 very clear, these two things will make you money. This is pretty much what you need in order for you to, what's the word for it now? Build a movement. Just this two. You need to be clear, and you just need to connect. Every single religious leader is clear about their message, and they're highly charismatic. They open their mouths and it's like, this person understands me. Where has he been? Where has she been all my life? And so what you want is to create that same kind of effect. Level 3, the presentation skills training at Innocent Minds basically enables you to do that. So if you haven't been there, no. I remember the very first presentation skills, whatever I was at, and very, very good. Mr. Usa, innocent. I have never forgiven you for that.
I remember.
It wasn't funny. In public, I cried. Inside, there were small tears here, and then people were just hugging me. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Look, he was using me to explain that, look, even if you already know that something is fake, as long as it is your button, thing will still touch you. So I was like, use me, because I wanted to show him. He told me, okay, go out. What do you not like in presentations? I made the biggest mistake of telling you. If people think I'll tell you, no. Once beaten, but you're my paddy now. 10%. So I go out, and he sets the stage. And then he brings me in, and I'm like cocky as you can ever be. I start down there. This is Victor Bassey now. I mean, I've been there, done that, all over the place. You know, I start to talk, and these people come at me. At the back of my head, I knew they were playing. I was like, I spotted like one small tear like that came out like that, and then somebody was here anchoring me. The anchor was finishing as the thing was empty. Why? Because your brain does not recognize whether something is or fake. The triggers are consistently there. But my ability to connect with you people at this particular level is because of that training. Anyway, so we have that. Now, it's not just enough for you to have a high level of clarity. It's not just enough for you to connect. You've also got to be consistent. And when we're talking about consistency, we're talking about, I don't even know where I'll write this thing again. So you guys will know that that's what I wrote, Shay. Those of you at home, just be looking there as well. So we're talking about you've got to be consistent with content. You've got to be consistent with platform. You've got to be consistent with what we refer to as traffic. All right? You've got to be consistent with content. In other words, what you share, the information, the education that you put out there in the world. People ask me, so this particular thing that I'm doing here, how do I get people to know about it? You just simply start teaching. You simply start talking. It's the most ridiculous thing. The easiest way for you to do this is to speak. Okay, speaking is like the most cost-effective way for you to get anything out. And before 2017, doing that online would have cost you a lot. Thank God for COVID-19. Zoom sessions are normal now. Like literally everybody. Okay, so it becomes very, very easy for you to organize a class like this on Zoom. Invite people. It becomes very, very easy for you to go to a particular place and maybe have 3, 4, 5 people and you do your presentations. When I got into Lagos for the very first time 2010, 2011. And the story behind me coming into Lagos was I felt I was a big fish in a small pond. So I was like, okay, let me just come to Lagos and then do that. So I got into Lagos, but in coming here, I came into Lagos with rent for 2 years. See, I told you guys from the beginning that there will be typos. I don't know why you're complaining. Anyway, so I went into Lagos, all right? I got into Lagos and things were not quite as easy as I thought, mainly because of the decisions that I had made. So Power Ideas was already doing well, and I got into Lagos with 2 years rent and told myself it's either Lagos pays for itself or not. I was not in love with the whole whatever. So if at the end of 2 years I couldn't pay rent again because I didn't pay myself a salary from Calabar, I would just pack myself and my family and we would go back. My wife was the only one who had a salary because I literally dragged her kicking and screaming from the job that she had with me here to Lagos. So we paid her salary. Now, how I got my first, or the breakthroughs that I got in Lagos was just simply going into banks, asking them for an opportunity to speak in the morning in that particular branch. And I'll go there in the morning, hand out my subscription forms. Sometimes in a bank, I might get 10 subscribers, sometimes 20 subscribers. And that was just it. All I did was I would wake up in the morning, get there at 6, do my 20 minutes presentation, sell, then go back home. At 12, go out with letters to other banks to book other appointments, and that was my game. That was it. Nothing more. No ads, no internet, no Facebook, nothing. All right? Bankers. Straight up, bankers. Anybody that listened to me and wanted to buy and felt that, okay, I don't want to go to Lagos Business School, let me just try what this guy is doing. So I have managers that are subscribers. I've got people at the teller who are subscribers. It's just like a whole skew of people. So this, being consistent, is not about consistently showing up, as in day by day by day by day by day by day by day. Because when it comes to this whole thing about showing up, later on I'll explain to you why, if you're going to spend money on ads, before you get to, if you're below 5 million, all right? If you're below 5 million, you don't spend money to sell. You don't spend money on ads to sell. You spend money on ads to distribute content. Okay, you use it to distribute content. Why? Because the money that you're spending to distribute content is building your audience. And it's only the people who know you, who like you, who trust you, who are the easiest to sell. So I'll explain all of that as time goes on. But here's what you need to know. That when you're able to connect with people and you're able to be consistent with your content platform, okay, and traffic, what generally happens is that you start to build influence. And when you have a high level of clarity and you are consistent with your content, your platform, and traffic, what generally happens is that you make a big impact. All right? So, this is how you walk through those stages. This is how you go from figuring it out to working it out to rocking it and to eventually building it. This is how you do it. And this is what we're spending the bulk of today doing. All right? Do you have any questions about that so far? All right? Let's hear you.
I didn't get the last statement. When you're consistent, you build influence.
Okay, when you are, okay, so when you're consistent, okay, in other words, doing these three things, content, platform, and traffic, gives you the ability to be in front of the right people at the right time for the right reasons. All right, you're not just showing up anyhow. Okay, so for anybody that has followed me for any length of time, you guys will have noticed that this year is my laziest year online. I can literally count the number of posts that I have made. Are you done? Oh, you're taking... It's this thing that you're snapping.
Yes, okay.
Oh, wow. It's okay. All right. So, but in spite of that, I still generate sales. I still do a lot because it's not just about posting. It's actually about engaging with people. And I'll explain all of that as time goes on. So when you're consistent, in other words, showing up in front of the right people at the right time for the right reasons, and you have a very, very clear, meaningful, relevant, and engaging message, what happens is that you impact people at a very, very deep level. That whole thing about, oh my God, where have you been all my life? That's what happens. When you have a high level of clarity, meaning that you're irresistible to the people that you come in contact with, all right, the right kinds of people, you're irresistible to them, and you're able to build a very, very deep level of connection with them, what generally happens is that money becomes very, very easy to get because they like you. All right. Now, what happens when you're able to build connection with people and then you scale that ability to build connection with people? What generally happens is that you have a high level of influence. This is when you have followers online. And I'm not talking about people who follow you out of solidarity. I'm talking about people who follow you because they are engaged, because they like what you're doing, and they're invested in it. For the purpose of this class, when I say engagement, I'm not talking about like, comment, share. I'm talking about people who put money in their hands and pay. Because it's the highest form of investment. Money is energy. It's a reflection of time that you've invested in something and you've been rewarded for it. The person who stands there and claps for me and the person who pays me, who is more invested? It's the person who pays. Yeah. But who do we pay more attention to online? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense at all. All right? So that is that. So let's get into. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
That was very clear. So basically, content plus platform equals traffic.
No. Content plus a platform plus a traffic is equal to consistency.
I know. What I'm saying is to get traffic, the key is to have the right content and the right.
No. You don't even need to be on any platform to generate traffic to anything. You don't.
Okay, so how do you generate traffic without content?
We will get there. Yeah.
Okay, like for example, let me use the example that the case we used in the thing. He has two different content now. So when he's being consistent, what does he get to a point? Like
No, so here's the thing. I'm sure he's building a platform around his storytelling and all of that. That's his hustle and all of that. That's where he wants to put consideration to. But he already has something that he has going on, and the conversation there is not favoring him. So what we want to do is change that. We want to make what he's doing no longer an issue for his people. That's the only conversation there. It's not about whether they get benefits from what is there. It's so that they don't look at what he is doing too much and make an issue of it. Yes.
Representing them well.
Yes. They don't want that because apparently, from what he's saying, they are seeing the storytelling thing that you're doing as a threat to your overall image and obviously how the industry might perceive you. Yeah. So one of my clients, Dr. Malik, very, very early, Dr. Malik has been he's a doctor, okay? He works, I think, Jos, or I'm not quite sure now. Bauchi? Oh, okay. So he's like one of the top YouTube people, but very early on, one day he calls me, and it's because a senior person, a very, very senior person in his space, had called him and given him a talk about the facts of life, aka stop this YouTube thing, you're embarrassing us. All right. And so now when you get that kind of feedback from a senior colleague, you know he's not the only one who's having that. And that conversation, before the conversation got to you, yeah. And so the guy was like, what is he supposed to do? And so we had to have a balance between professional content that would speak to the audience, speak to his industry, and RAS contents that the rest of us like. Okay, but as time went on, what started to happen was that those same people who complained, as they now saw what this was doing for him, so that's your video team. How they do it? It happens like that. It happens like that, like literally every single time. All right. I don't have the time, or else I would have shared my own stories, because I've been in that situation as well. All right. So are we good? Yes. Quick look at time. 1:14. Okay. So we're on track. Okay. So let's look at the 4 things that you have to get clear about. All right. 4 things that you have to get clear about. But before we get into that, how many of you would like to make like $1,000 right now?
$1,000.
No, not dollars. I don't have that kind of money. $1,000 right now. All right, everybody, up. Come on. I am going to give you, like, this is an NLP technique that brings money immediately. All right. So everybody stretch. All right. Okay, now, you just not finished. All right, so here's the thing. I want you all to raise up your right hand. Okay, your right hand. And I want you to turn to your left. Okay, that works too. Now place that hand on the shoulder of the person in front of you.
In front of you?
Yes. And if there's nobody in front of you, sorry, no money for you. All right. Now lift up your other hand. Lift up your other hand. Okay. Now understand that when this happens, the amount of money that you make is directly proportional to your intensity and the connection that you have. All right? So everybody say after me, Amana Chocho. Amana Chocho. 17 jacks of Njakunja. Appear. Now put your hand in the pocket of the person in front of you. If you did not make money, it's not my fault. I told you it's your intensity and your connection. You people are not, I don't even know. Yeah, stories. All right. So, a funny thing, I learned trans language and being able to give commands. So one day after that particular class, so there were 2 things. I'd learned about rapport, and then we started learning about trans language and all of that, giving embedded commands and all that. So after that particular class, I learned that. I came to the front of the class. So I came to the front of the class and I told everybody, hey, for absolutely no good reason, all of you are going to give me 1,000 naira. Nobody has told you to give me this, but you're all going to give me 1,000 naira. And then I went and sat down. People started coming to me. So they said I should give you 1,000. I kid you not. This happened in class. Now, I have one funny habit. I had one funny habit that if I'm in a class or a new class or whatever, the way I connect with people was by collecting their meat. Yes, during lunch. And the way I used it as an opportunity to just practice some of the things that we've learned. So there was a particular lady who told me that she wasn't going to give me her meat. So I looked her direct in there and I said, I'm going to take your meat and you're still going to see it on your plate. So I took the meat and she was still eating. And then when she, you know those people that eat and then at the end, they now want to, so this was very funny. At the end of the bill, she now she was like, "Where's my meat?" It was very, 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 very funny. But it made me realize that sometimes we have a lot more power than we think, and the things that we have right now, they place a very on us. One of my clients, Edirin Edewo, she has gone through the practitioner class, and this is how I brought Edirin to class, because I talked to her about NLP for a very, very long time, and Edirin told me that this thing looks like all these winch things, that if someone like her takes it, she'll be afraid of what she'll be doing. So I was like, okay, what would I have to do to show you that, look, it's beneficial, it has all kinds of usage? She was like, well, I don't know, you think of something. So anyhow, Edirin invites me over to Dubai, and I'm supposed to go with her. So on the trip to Dubai, I had my canister here with me. And you know that as you pass through the whatever, if something has liquid in it, they don't let you. So I told Edirin, if I could hold this, okay, and take it throughout with the liquid inside and all of that, and get into the plane, will you come to Innocent Minds and do your NLP? She looked at me, laughed, and said, yes. So no problem. I held it and walked. First checkpoint, nothing. Second checkpoint, nothing. Third checkpoint, they told me to drop it on the table. I came over to this side, reached my hand, collected it again, and walked on. Edirin was... So, there's something about... I don't know how to explain it. Do you know how you can be so certain about certain things that what you're certain about, other people, no, they don't doubt. They buy into it as well. I was okay with if I moved. Did I know that I would be able to go through all the checkpoints with this? No. Okay. Did I know that I would be able to go through all the checkpoints with this? No, I had absolutely no idea. But I was committed to it. And I was also okay with if I failed. But one of the things that I kept at the back of my mind was that at any particular point in time, I would be stopped. Whoever I needed to be, whatever I needed to say to get past that particular point, I would do, and I would say. And I was just basically, Nanke was there. She came. After that, she was like, when we got down to Dubai, she put a call across to Panam Persipol, and that's how I got connected to him. She was like, this guy will hypnotize anybody in the world. And that was how she introduced me to Panam Persipol. And then later, she also came for the program. Why am I sharing this? I have lots and lots and lots of very, very crazy, funny stories that have come as a result of some of the things that I try. But I am willing to fail. I am willing to fall flat on my face. I am willing to be embarrassed in the process of learning and mastering the skills. All right? And that's what all of us have to be as well. So we have about 40 minutes or 36 minutes there about. Let me just basically get us ready for this. So when it comes to your skills with NLP, in order for you to get a very high level of clarity about it, all right, you've got to be clear about the problems that you want to solve with NLP. And the reason why this is clear is because if you don't have a focus for the tools and the strategies and all of those things, it's a big body of work. Okay, so where do you start? All right, the way you start, the most effective way for you to start is for you to decide on the problem. And once you have something to focus on, you now start asking yourself, which of these tools? Yes. All right, so you start first of all with the problem. All right, you don't start with who you're going to solve it for. You start with the problem. Do you understand why you don't start with who? Markets Marketing will tell you to start with who. Okay? I am saying don't. Because like right now, you have no clue. The only thing you can decide on is what's the problem you want to solve. And if you know how to pick the right kinds of problems, then there's a chance that somebody out there in the marketplace would need it. All right? Then, of course, you've got to be clear on who you're going to solve that problem for. You've got to be clear on how you're going to offer it. And for us here, I'm going to say think about 3 different price points. 800,000 naira, 2 million naira, 4 million naira. Keep those 3 price points in mind. If we want to talk dollars, think in terms of $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. What does it take for someone to pay? Sorry? All right. The one about the offer or everything? The offer. So, this is what I'm saying, all right? For all of us here, the mindset you have to adopt is that you have been given secret knowledge. You've been given hidden information that is not available to every person. You've been imbued with the power to change not just your life, but the lives of other people, the lives of countries, the lives of individuals, the lives of governments. All right? These skills are worth a lot of money. This is not the place to be thinking about 5,000, 2,000, 3,000 naira trainings. All right? Expand your mind. Think in terms of 800,000 naira, 2 million naira, 4 million naira. And in dollar terms, I'm talking about $2,000, $5,000, $10,000.
You remember the day I shouted?
It was very funny. All right. So those are the price points that I want you to be thinking about. And I'll explain to you the kinds of problems that you should focus on solving in order for people to take you seriously when you say, this is what I'm going to take for this. You can literally walk out of here today and ask for this if you know how to present it effectively. All right? So you're talking about the offer, but even more importantly, we're talking about your unfair advantages. I don't know who you know. I don't know what you know. You have a question? Okay. I don't know who you know. I don't know what you know. I don't know where you have been. I don't know where you were born. I don't know the unique combination of circumstances that made you the person that you are today. I don't know, outside of NLP training, I don't know what other trainings you have had. I don't know your connections. And all of those things make you unique in your market. Make you unique when it comes to how you present your offer. It makes you unique also in the kind of people that are attracted to you because of the kind of messaging that you put out in the marketplace. I tend to attract people who are slightly crazy, but they are people. All right? That's just it. Like literally every single time. All right? So what we want is the NLP skills that you currently have. We want to see how you can define the problem that you solve, know who you're solving it for, your offer, and your unfair advantage. So that's pretty much it. So, I've been reliably informed that by 2 o'clock, some of us will be going out to pray. 1:30. Okay, fine. So we'll stop here and then continue when you guys get back. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, quick recap. We want to find out what problem you can solve with your NLP skills. We want to find out who you can serve with your NLP skills. We want to find out what offers you can make. And remember, 3 price points. 800,000 naira, 2 million naira, 4 million naira. Okay? And to be very, very honest, yes.
May I ask why you pegged your
Okay, so remember at the beginning, okay, for those of us who were not with me at the beginning, I talked about the fact that the threshold for wealth is 150. At $10,000, how many clients do you need in a year? At $10,000, how many clients do you need in a year to cross the threshold? 15. How many 10,000 naira consultations do you need to cross that? That's my point. Okay? And so this is with an agenda in mind. And the reason why my personal mission is to get as many people as possible across that is because when good people have resources, when good people have money, you can promote the agendas that matter. If you don't have the resources, you're at the mercy of anybody who does. And it just doesn't make sense if you have the opportunity to be an Iroko tree. Why be a hibiscus plant? Now enter you, Abi. All right, so that's the reason why. Now, at the very minimum, let's do 800. Okay, 800 is $2,000. You still have a long ways to go, but that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
So, for Victor, for how long do you want to keep like a plan for 800K? Sorry.
No. Yeah.
What you said last night, not like our values are making us not to want to make it like you know something you just want to give someone for free.
Okay, so there's a place for giving people for free, and there's a place for making money from it. Now, I can understand it when you don't have to worry about where you're going to sleep, what clothes you're going to eat, food on your table, and all of that. Those are not, I get it, okay? However, you can do all of this for free. When push comes to shove and someone sponsors a bill that stops you from doing that for free from somebody, then what? You don't have the money to fight it. I've sat down in a state, I would not mention which, and sat down with a couple of people and defined the laws that would keep other businesses out of that state. And that law was passed. It's business. It's business.
Politics is also business.
It's business. Now, every single thing that was done, I can vouch for the fact that it was ethical and all of that. However, if I was not there and it was someone else that was heading it, guess what kind of laws would have come up? Now, good people are in that state, going about their business, oblivious to the fact that there are certain key people who are defining what they can or cannot do in the land of their birth. So this conversation, I'm not picking this amount or talking about this amount because I just like money. No, I'm not driven by that. Anybody who's close to me, who knows me, I'm not about this. I'm about something much, 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 much bigger. Much bigger. Do not let this fine exterior deceive you. All right. So you need this. Okay? And there is only so far you can go giving this out for free. If you were starting from scratch, let me just tell you what life is like. Not that you don't know. I'm talking about life in this space. You can work in the bank, work in supply chain, and all that, and live with your parents. 3 years down the road, you don't have a house, you don't have a car, nothing. They still look at you and say you're responsible. You have a job. Get into this space. Earn the same amount that the person in the bank is earning. But stay with your parents, don't have a house, don't have a car, nobody takes you seriously. It's the reality of this. Even the people that you're serving for free, they'll take it for granted. It's a stark reality. So that's this. And I'm not even, look, I've had people like pay crazy amounts of money and still take it for granted, not to talk of people who are taking it for free. All right. So your unfair advantage is very, 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 very important. Before I jump in, do we understand why we're having that money conversation now? Yeah. It's not for frivolous reasons. Like I established from the beginning, I don't think there's anybody here who is motivated by money. Most of us here, money is necessary, but it doesn't define it doesn't define us. If for the most, I would dare say that the bulk of us would prefer to enter a place and nobody knows. Yeah, I get that. But that conversation still has to be had. Because if for free you can reach, say, 10,000 people, do you know how many people you can reach with ₦1 billion at your disposal?
Just like talking.
All right, so that's it. So this is what we're looking at. All right, so you guys have already seen this. You guys have seen these 4 things here. So when it comes to things that people will pay you 800,000 naira, 2 million naira, 4 million naira. Oh, your second question, for how long? It's totally up to you. Totally up to you. You can do 4 million for a day. You can do 4 million for a week. You can do 4 million naira for an hour. Yeah. So at this particular point in time, I'm built out at $1,000 an hour. That's 475, roughly 500K an hour. That is the year's salary for some principals of schools. Now, just putting it into context, you asked how long you would charge that money for. And I was saying that you could do it for a day, you could do it for 2 days, you could do it for a week, you could do it for a year if you want. But my own thing is that for every single, if you're working with individuals, for every individual that comes into your world, make that the toll gate for them. You scale faster. You get to that 150 mark a lot faster that way. And like I said, it's not about having the money in the bank. It's about what access to that and above empowers you to do. That's all. You're not getting that because you want to buy cars. There are cheaper ways to get cars. The suffering that you go through to learn. There are easier ways to make money.
See, honestly, I'm just mentioning this 800,000, 2 million, 5 million. And I'm just thinking, okay, I'm kids coach.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, okay, would parents want to pay 800,000 naira for me to coach their kids on entrepreneurship and financial literacy? Not everyone, right?
It's not every parent. What generally happens? So what happens with most people when we're having this conversation? Let me bring my other thing here. Here's what happens to most of us when we're having this conversation. Woo. Okay, so this is how the marketplace is divided. Okay, so we have 67, is it? 64. 64% of the marketplace, people who don't know you, they don't know about what you're offering. It's not 64, it's about 67. 67% of the marketplace, generally, they don't know you. They don't know what you're offering. They don't know they have the problem that you are solving. They really don't care. All right? And so if you're going to reach them, you have to educate them a lot. All right? So you now have 3% of people up here who are aware that they have a problem, They're aware of the options that are available to them. So, like a good number of us here, if you have issues right now, you sit down and you're like, okay, hypothetically. So you sit down and you're like, okay, if I'm trying to, I'm scared when it comes to public speaking, for instance, all right? You sit down and you think to yourself, okay, there's so and so, there's so and so, there's this training over there, and then there's Innocent Minds. Which one? At this 3%, you have the money, you're ready, you have the desire, you know what your options are. But we have this percentage of people here. Does that make it up? Yes. My maths is not too bad after all. So we have this percentage of people here who are not ready to buy. All right? But they know that they have a problem. They have no clue about the solution. They have no clue about where it is. They don't know what their options are. All right. Most of us, the people that you are talking about, and the reason why you struggle with them so much. And the reason why you struggle with them so much and you struggle to bring them and they don't show up and all that is because most of them are here.
Sorry, the 3% they are.
Sorry? The 30% are usually people who know, they're searching, they know they have a problem and they're searching for a solution. These people, they know they have a problem, they are aware of what the solutions are, and they are ready to buy. All right? The problem that most of us have when we're giving stuff for free, and why the vast majority of us, when we get online and we post, is mainly because, yes. And so you're trying to educate somebody. Now, how do you get somebody who is not interested in budgeting to be interested in budgeting? It's hard. You will cajole them, you will drag them, you'll do every single thing. However, the person who is having financial difficulties and is trying to figure out how and is Googling, checking all over the place, the moment you say that, look, if you're having financial problems, budgeting is an option, it's like, what's that? These people are very different from these people. These people are very different from these people. So, when you're starting out, I say, target these people. Because these people, the more you educate them, the sooner they will get here. And when they get here, you're the only name in their heads. Now, with 150,000 and you being able to spend $1,000 a day on ads, you can afford to spend as much time as is needed to educate these people to move here and eventually move here. But you don't do that at the beginning. Now, if it's a passion project and you have the resources and all that, feel free. No, there are things like that. Okay, there are things that I am invested in right now. I don't see myself making any money from them for the next 20 years. But I have the resources to sustain my involvement there. All right? Yes.
So I have like 2 businesses. I'll say one is working, it's okay on its own. And the other one, because the one is my first love. And the other one, I know it's like something that I think I've gotten from experience. Okay, like this.
Okay, sorry. For the sake of the recording, could you just start all over again?
So I said that I have 2 businesses.
Yeah.
I've been an educator for the past 12 years.
Yeah.
By the special grace of God, the school is really growing, and it's one of those belt stuff. But I've gained experience, which is what you wrote. I've gained experience in that line of business that is making me want to help everybody that's in this kind of my line of business or any other business at all.
Yeah.
Especially because my business grew organically.
Yeah.
As in, I started from zero. I just had an idea, which I sold and I was able to nurture, and it's going well. But immediately, like during COVID, that was when I started my other business, like being a consultant, a growth strategist and business consultant.
For the educational space?
For anybody that even wants to do business, you know,
Okay.
like I look at her,
Yeah.
like I'm screaming like, come, I can help you.
Yeah.
That's the way I can see you are struggling.
Yeah.
Because I went through that.
Yeah.
I went through not having capital. I went through not having resources. I went through all sorts of problems you could see there, and I really want to help.
Yeah.
And I can't take so much, especially when you want to help people and they don't want to follow up. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
So you don't want to help.
Yeah.
Then when I saw it, I just did it for fun during COVID.
Okay.
And like that, I made it over 2 million naira.
Yeah.
Just trying to help people's business. Because I said, if you are coming to my space, you must follow this process.
Yeah.
You know, from all I have, like that process, I think that it really worked for me. And immediately school opened, I abandoned it.
Yeah.
Even though it made money in like 6 months, that was the only money I made. The school did not. Immediately school opened, I felt like I wasn't going to do that. Even though I saw that it had lots of prospects, and like you said, it's like I feel like if I help someone, you can employ 10 or 20 or 30 people and it will help the country.
Yeah.
I'm thinking in that line.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I know I have to put premium on it because people don't want to. They just do it and they just abandon it.
Yeah.
And it hurts me.
Yeah.
So, but what I'm saying, I can see that business has potential.
Yeah.
Especially that it can take care of me personally, and I won't have to go into the school's money or do a lot of that. How do I match these two sides?
It's very, 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 very easy. So 2015, I started the Highly Paid Experts Network. The purpose of the Highly Paid Experts Network, all of you are inducted members, by the way. I'll send you invitations later. But here's the thing. When I started the Highly Paid Experts Network in 2015, I was looking at working with consultants and coaches and speakers and all of those kinds of people. But I was disturbed by what I was seeing in the marketplace because the vast majority of people gave this impression that the only way that you can make money in this space is through corporate contracts or government contracts. And you always have to have the expensive suit, and you always have to have the tie, and you always have to look all prim and proper. And I was like, no, you don't actually have that. You can actually make a lot by just talking to people and getting them to pay you. So I had two categories of people who could pay me and people who could not. But I also understood that if I gave too much attention to the people who could not pay me, then this would not work. So what I simply did was I started, first of all, with what I refer to as pay what you want. All right. It was my way of giving back, and then I limited the number. Okay. Now, if a person is going to waste your time, when you ask them to pay what you want, their brain freezes, especially when you ask them to mention what they are willing to pay. Some people just literally panic. Okay, but if they're serious, they'll take you up on it. Now, because I limited it to 10, once those 10 spots were filled, it is either you pay me my regular fee or you book for the next month. It didn't take me 2 months for the entire pay what you want spots for 2015 to fill up, and I had bookings as far as late 2016. But you could see that people were serious because they were ready to put money down and wait. And the reason why they were waiting was because they couldn't genuinely afford it. There are others that wouldn't do any of that because then you could actually see whether they were serious or not. So my point is, you could have both of them running side by side. I am not a fan of doing free stuff because I think once a person is invested in it, they tend to come up. However, because I use the pay what you want pricing model for those kinds of people, it means money is not a barrier. The only barrier is their mindset. There are people that I have made that offer from. So there's a guy called Edward. Edward, when I started working with him, he was also in logistics. Right? So when I started working with Edward, if you see Edward in Lagos, I don't have a car because I think it's a waste of time anyway. But I generally don't have a car in Lagos. When this guy shows up at my place or showed up at my place at that point in time, the car he was driving This guy comes out, and all I want to do is just rub my body next to him so that the scent will be on me as well. Because I mean, this guy smelled, looked, and spoke expensive. He didn't have a dime. He was leveraged his salary, like as it's coming, it's going, because he had leveraged every single thing. So when I made the pay what you want offer, he called me very humbly. I was like, you know what, Victor, it's 500 naira I have. I was like, yeah, sure. He said, it's not 500 naira, it's recharge card. I'm like, yeah, sure. And he sent it to me. It turned out to be the wrong recharge card. So I had to send it to my daughter. But that's how Edward started. Edward brings in £50,000 a month as of today. Communication. He teaches people in high conflict areas how to communicate, negotiate with whatever party that they are with. Late 2015. It took a year for him to leave his job. Now, it's not as if, when you guys hear these kinds of stories, it's not as if I have like some magic charm. But it's that every single one of us here has unfair advantages. The problem is you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to use it. You don't know how to leverage it. You don't know how to value it. You don't know how to present it. You don't know how to position it. That's all. That's like literally all. The advantage I bring to the table is that I'm not attached to what you are bringing to the table. I'm not in love with your project. And I'm able to connect the dots and say, okay, you know what, this, is that. And that's all. All right? That is my unfair advantage, the ability to connect dots. And every single one of us has all these things that we bring to the table. So does that help? Anyway, have two different, have one that you charge that is your business, yes. And then have just a small number of spots. Yeah, for free ones. And every single month they do that. But do not do it completely free. Get them to put something down. Look, the Highly Paid Experts Network, we started it with 10,000 naira. 10,000 naira was the amount of money I used to buy my very first Android phone. Very first Android phone. By November of that year, we had crossed 28 million naira. Most of it was pay what you want. I had people from the UK calling me and telling me that, pay what you want. And you told a Nigerian, and they did not defraud you. But it's not. People are fundamentally fair-minded. Yes. Fundamentally. And I one of the things I'm going to talk about here is what I refer to as a divine compensation plan. It's very, very difficult to defraud a person like me. Because I've stacked up so much karma that one way or the other, life pays me. Wow. Do you understand? Anyway, I get carried away about these things. So, problem that you solve, all right? Teaching people how to make money.
That's what you do.
Well, actually, that's not what I do. That's not what I do. That's not what I do. But it looks like it. But anyway, so teaching people how to make money, that's one way that you can go. And inside of this, there's so many things in there. If it's developing products, if it's getting into business. Did you guys download that document I sent to you guys?
That's what I remember.
Aha! So you'll find like 52 or 51. Yeah, thereabout. But these are areas that people spend money on. Okay? That was provided so that you don't have to worry so much about, oh, you're cracking your head about it. Just pick from there. Or let that jumpstart your thinking. Because sometimes it might not necessarily be what you see in print there, but it's something related. So case in point, there's a lady in the tourism industry called Ajala Nene. All right, right now she's doing a project with the presenters of Goge Africa. She's been running events. She's been doing all kinds of stuff. And when it came to her own consulting practice and all of that, it was difficult for her to settle on something. And then she decided to be a visibility coach. The problem with visibility is we don't wake up at 3 a.m. in the middle and say, oh my God, I need visibility. We don't do that. Okay? So she was going through all of that and she saw this thing about events. And this lady has been running virtual events, in other words, virtual summits, virtual workshops, virtual conferences, and all of those kinds of things. And all of a sudden, it clicked. Because these events that she has run, she's gifted at packing people into a space. Okay? The lowest number of people she has ever brought into a virtual event is 100. Like, crazy. So now, she can be positioned as an authority in that particular space and become the person that can help corporates organize virtual events that bring them customers, or help small businesses attract customers by hosting events. She did one for network marketers, okay? Just like you would have your regular business presentation, all right, in a room, okay? She basically got people to attend a Zoom meeting that was focused on that, sculpted every single thing, and the person got enrollments. And it's not the only one that she has done. But now, for the very, very first time, she realizes that that is an unfair advantage that she has. And by taking it into the marketplace as something that can help people generate clients, it becomes something that is marketable. All right? It's not just about making money, it's also about saving money. One of the earliest proposals that I had for people at some point, I was like, look, if you're making 500,000 and above, there's 100,000 naira hidden inside of your life every single month that you don't know anything about. That 100,000 naira becomes 1.2 million naira. If you invest that 1.2 million naira at 22% every single year over a period of 10 years, what you're going to get is roughly 107. All right? Now, if you have that 107 there, for some people, if you leave that, you can live up the interest in about 10 years. However, if you add the 1.2 million naira from the additional years coming on, and you invest all of that compounded, in 10 years, you'll find yourself in a situation where you can spend $5,000 a day for 52 years. Now, it's very compelling, right? Until you discover that what I'm talking about is budgeting. So it's not what you are talking about, it's, yeah. All right? So, saving money, very, very important. Things that help people live a better life. And when it comes to this better life, we're talking relationships, we're talking health, we're talking time. The big issues. Relationships, especially when it comes to conflict in relationships. Health, very, very important. And then, of course, time. But there are other nuances to it. And then, of course, help me stay out of trouble. So, compliance issues with the law, health traumas, traumatic experiences, all of those kinds of things, all of that come here. If you pick any one of these and align your NLP skills or your expertise to any one of this, it's easy for you to move with the current. What most of us try to do is we swim against. Is it the current or the tide? That's what I said. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty much it when it comes to problems that you can solve. It's like a hack. It's very, very simple. And then, of course, when you combine this information with the information in the booklets I sent to you guys saw that picture, right? Oh my God. Thank you. Me? When I'm in the toilet, no. It's when I'm in the toilet, I'm not like this. It's a sacred place. But everywhere else, pretty much. All right, so who you serve, all right? When it comes to who you serve, there are two kinds of people, okay? That's when we're talking about the public. here. Of course, we know that there are professional markets where it's about corporate, it's about non-profits, and it's about governments and all of that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time there because those spaces, mafia. Okay, you've got to have connections to be able to get into that. So where we have more of an opportunity and you have a lot more control is in the public space. All right, so that's where I'm going to focus the bulk of this. Now, in the public space, you have two categories of people. There are people who have time, but no money. There are people who have money and no time. Guess who you should focus on? Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing that you need to understand when I say money. It's not that anybody has, well, some people do, but the vast majority of us do not just have money lying around carelessly. Does anybody have like an extra 100 million that they're not using here? No, seriously. You do?
And our dreams.
I don't need your dreams, man. What about you? You're good? Well, I need to change my relationships. Anyway, so it's not that you have money lying around. It's the willingness. It's the willingness. Okay? So when you're talking about people who pay premium, we always have at the back of our minds this really, really rich, well-to-do person that gives you money. In my experience, people who are very, 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 very rich and give you money, sometimes, unless of course they're in a very, very desperate situation, sometimes it doesn't quite work that way. I have a lady who pays me like every single year, never shows up for any sessions. I like her. So one day I asked her why. She was like, well, you know, Victor, sometimes things happen, and when it happens, I want to know that I'm able to access you. So basically, I'm the insurance policy. That she'll cash in whenever the issue comes. So there are people like that, and you don't lock people out of opportunity for that. But the main criteria for a lot of things for me when I'm deciding to work with people, it's, do I vibe with this person? Will I have fun with this person? One of the mindsets that I hope each and every single one of us will adopt is just because the person has the money does not mean they qualify to work with you. It's difficult to balance that out when you don't really think about it from the standpoint of energy. When I was much younger in this business, I had that situation where I would pay someone. No, not pay someone. Someone would pay me. I'm like, yes! Somebody come. And then after the first minute, I was like, who sends me? Very quickly, I learned that just because the person has the money does not mean that I should work with them. All right? So this is it. But when it comes to this, let me tell you a story about, his name is Chukwuemeka. Chukwuemeka is a dentist. All right? When he met me, he wanted to do the action plan consultation with me. The action plan consultation back then was ₦1 million. It's 4 hours. So he works as a dentist. He's paid 80,000 naira a month. He hired me. He didn't have the money lying around. He told me he was going to put down 50,000 naira every single month until that money is completed. And when it's completed, we schedule. I say that so that you understand that when you are able to communicate what you are doing effectively and people buy in, they will go look for the money. They will do whatever it takes. And I think the majority of us here understand that. Because the majority of us here, when this opportunity for, not this class, of course, everybody here paid for this class. I'm talking about for Innocent Minds. Not all of us had all the cash down. But you made it work. Sometimes it was difficult, sometimes it was hard. They made it work. However, when it comes to charging for yours, you forget that.
resonates. Yeah, that's just it.
You made it work. And there are people all out there just like you. You're unique, but you're not the only ones that are like that. Okay? The only thing is you being able to present your case in the way that is meaningful, relevant, and engaging. And once you light that fire in a person's brain, they're like, oh, where have you been? Okay? So, who you serve, we're looking for people who have the willingness to spend. And so, in your communication, you don't speak to broke people. You don't say things like, I know you don't have the money. You just make your case and leave it to them to decide. You don't decide in advance whether this person or that person has money or not. You just simply say what you want and you leave it to them. It's not by force. Do you understand? All right? Now, something else that is very, very important. Let's imagine that this is the whole marketplace. This is the entire marketplace. All right? Most of us, when we are going out there, we want to target everybody here. It's a losing battle. Because the reason why what I am saying right now is relevant is because we're held together by something that is common. We all have NLP skills. We want to multiply our income, our impact, and our influence as a result of that. So everybody here has that in common. And so the examples that I share, the references that I make, we can all connect. You can all relate with it. Imagine if I tried saying this in a room filled with spare part dealers. It's a problem.
But you're not talking about niche, right?
Yeah.
Niche.
No, I'm not talking about nature.
And they may have more.
They may have more money, but what I am saying is not relevant to them. All right? So what you want is, you don't want to speak to everybody. You want to speak to a very clear segment of the marketplace. All right? Now, here's the thing. Because you don't know who is who, all right? We don't want to define it by their behavior, their locality, their gender, and all of that. But we want to define it basically on people who resonate with a very specific message, who resonate with a need to solve a specific problem. All right? So you don't niche by demographics, individuals, whatever. You niche by problem. You understand? Problem. And so when you get out there into the marketplace, you're talking about a very, very specific problem that you're trying to get people to solve. And the people who resonate with that problem move out of here and come to you. And your job is to be the big fish here. You don't want to be the big fish here. You want to be the big fish here. It's easier to do that than for you to target an individual first. When you've crossed 150K, you can do that because of the intelligence that you have acquired, the knowledge that you have acquired about the different markets that you have access to. You would have the best data for that. But at the beginning, you settle with a problem, you start talking about that particular problem, and you make sure that in your languaging, you're talking to people who have the willingness to spend. Are we together? Do we have any questions about that? All right. So that's about who you serve. Now, concerning your unfair advantages, all right? Experiences, skills, talents, connections, character, knowledge. All right. Yeah, exposure, but it's still experience. All of that is the same thing. Now, here's the thing. All right. When you decide on that problem that you want to solve, all right, you want to figure out what are the unfair advantages that you have that will make you stand out as the ideal person to come to solve that problem. What are the experiences that you've had? What are the skills that you've developed? What are the talents that you have? What are the connections that you've had? What are the characteristics that you have? What are the knowledge that you've acquired that make you stand out as the ideal person? What is it that makes you stand out as an ideal person? Sometime in 2017, I told myself I was tired of working with millionaires and billionaires. You know what? I would like to work with presidents. But I was in 2016 going into 2017. I was the guy that showed up with bushy hair and killed the cockroach on the wall in front of the whole world. I just did not care. And so when I started making that decision, I knew that a lot of things would have to change. First of all, the way I typically dress will have to change. You guys see this one? I've come a long way. A very, very long way. All right, so as I was thinking about how I was going to position myself in that particular space, experience. What experiences did I have that would qualify me to work with people at that level? I'd never worked with a president my entire life. But when I was with Oak Pensions, that's the name of the company now, back then it was Evergreen Pensions, I had the opportunity to work with Donald Duke at some point in time. So I had an idea of the kinds of mindsets of people at that particular level, and I could tell stories around that. But it wasn't like a big deal. All right. So when it came to skills, I sat down and thought about it. I was like, okay, there's a lady called Janet Schweitzer. I should probably write this with a red ink so that it's good. So her name is Janet Schweitzer. Sorry. So, well, I can't help it. So, Janet Schweitzer. Janet Schweitzer has been my mentor and coach for 20 plus years. All right. When I met her, I had gone to Ghana. I used to be a GNLD distributor at some point, and I did pretty well. I got down to Ruby Director. So one of those days, I got an invite to Coconut Grove, Ghana. All right. So there I got to meet a guy called, what's his name? Willie Crawford. So Willie Crawford is was really, really big in the internet marketing space. And he took a liking to me. One thing led to another. We got contacts, which one? Now, fast forward a few months or years, as the case may be, I had come back from NYSC. My distributorship was like whack. This human being gets in touch with me again and says, hey, he's inviting me to a teleseminar. I'm like, what's that? He said it's a seminar that is that you use a phone to go. And I was like, here, phones. First of all, my father would not allow me touch his NITEL line, so I have to start thinking about cards. There was network, there was Econet in Lagos, but none in Calabar. We had lots of people walking around with big mobile phones, but no network back then. So I was like, look, this thing will be freaking crazy. But anyway, long story short, I get into the room with Janet Schweitzer, and I was like the youngest guy there, and I was the only black person living in Africa. And in that room, people were talking about the highest priced products. There were people who were doing $5,000, $10,000, $20,000. As of that time, my most expensive thing was 15,000. It was a 3-day seminar in my uncle's workshop. Sorry, my uncle's parlor. So when it came to my turn, hearing all the monies that these people have been calling now, I told them that my highest price product was 15,000. I very cleverly dropped the naira. And I was that. Anyway, after a while, they found out that it was less than the price of a good meal in a really, really great hotel. And it became the Victor Bassey show. But that experience was how I got in contact with Janet Schweitzer. And once I finished there, I offered literally my life to her to like do anything at all if she would give me 15 minutes. And she was like, she'll give me 15 minutes every quarter. And so for the longest time, it was 15 minutes every quarter. I remember the very first day that I was actually able to afford her. And I sent the money and we got on the phone and both of us cried because she knew how bad it was. But here's the thing. Janet Schweitzer has been the marketing director and the marketing coach behind a lot of the biggest brands. So when it comes to knowing how to actually build a brand up, an individual brand or a corporate brand around the expert space from scratch, the Tony Robbins, the Les Browns, the Jack Canfields, those are the people that if you see them today from that generation, check all of them, it's Janet Schweitzer. That's the person that I have had in my life for like the longest time. And so the skills that I have developed, yeah, it's one of my strongest advantages. One of my, Edward, silly guy, when I told him about Janet Schweitzer, gave him her address, as in web address and all of that. So he was like, you know what, Victor, I'm going to go work with her. And when she told him the price, Edward came back to me and asked me, Victor, is that what you're paying? I said, no, now. So that's that. She and I will go back a long way. So I have that. All right. And so that means when it comes to how you present policies and you want people to buy into that, I know how to put that together. I know how to present information. Talents, I know how to connect dots. Connections, well, almighty Janet Schweitzer and all the other human beings that can. And then character. I have one major trait. The negative side of it is that I'm stubborn. The positive side of it is that I have a very, very strong will. Once I set a course, we die there. That's like literally me. So I can stay the course. I have staying power for a lot of things. So there's that. And then, of course, knowledge. Now, over time, one of the things that I discovered much later was that people who do performance consulting for influencers at that particular level, like a lot of them have NLP skills. It's like a foundation. So NLP, CBT, all of those kinds of things. So when I got in touch with Mr. Usa and started learning all the things that I was learning from him, I could see like an immediate relevance to that. And so I dove into the entire thing. And it was like magic because some of the things that I couldn't do with them before, now I'm literally able to do with them. I don't always have to travel. I can help a person change state on the phone. I can help a person manage their emotions on the phone, deal with stuff just like that, or help them come to a decision really quick. But it's this. Sorry? Babalawo on phone.com. I should try that. So anyway, so that's that. So for each and every single one of us, yes. Let me see. Okay. So for each and every single one of us, you need to ask yourself, yeah, what's your unfair advantage? And every one of us here, we have it. In every single one of this. So you think about all of this, and that gives you a way to present what you're doing. And when people say, why you do that. Now, when we started this, I started like the conversation with us was that, look, there are so many different stories that I can tell, but the one that is most relevant to us, I started from 2018 and my story with Innocent Minds to this particular point in time. It's because for this particular audience I did this. So, what would make me the ultimate person for you to listen to concerning this topic as far as this audience is concerned? Without doing this, the stories that I share, the things that I am doing here, the cracks and all of that, it wouldn't be relevant. All right? So very, 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 very important. Now, in 15 minutes, we're going to address this. Then when we come back...
You have people that connected that with the president.
With the president? Oh. Oh, okay. So here's the thing. Once I figured out what my experience was, not just what my experience at that particular point in time, then potentially the experiences that I would have to have going forward. One of the things I realized was that whatever it is that I had with Donald Duke, yes, it could hint that I understood the issues that someone in that place of authority could handle, but I knew to a very large extent that it's only until I work with somebody at that particular level, within the context that I'm talking about, that it would fly. But anyway, all of these skills, all of these things, as I looked at it, when it comes to that early time when I wanted to make the switch, I had to decide what exactly is the problem that I am going to solve with them. And the problem that I was going to solve for them was not this, it was not this, it was not this, it was this. So, you come out and you say something, it's make or break. You didn't ask me, you just came out and said it. How do you spin it? To make something that was really, really offensive at some particular point now sound like, oh, it's actually a brilliant idea. You're up for elections. You made a lot of bad decisions. Very, 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 very bad decisions. And you want a situation where the things that you did that was not really, really favorable, you want to give it a positive spin. That was basically it. But I had to look through all my unfair advantages in order to do that. Now, how did I get my first whatever? I didn't go looking. And I didn't change what I was doing on the Highly Paid Experts Network. I just talked more about how what you say defines how people perceive what you are offering. I ran a Facebook group called the Highly Paid Experts Network. As of that particular point in time, I think we were about 5,000 members. And there were people there inside of the group that had access to the people that I needed. So one day, I'm sitting down gingerly, I have a messenger thing pop up, and the person introduces himself and says if I would have the time that such and such a person would like an appointment. I clicked on his profile. I went and saw it. 22 friends. No posts. You people have come again. And that was it. But to his credit, he was persistent. And it was when the very first meeting did not take place on Zoom or whatever. They literally came to me in my house. And I had to leave. I explained it to my wife and all of that. My wife called every single family member. So that was that. So here's the thing. Messaging, I can't tell you guys that it was fantastic marketing on my part. But I do know how powerful it is when you start to send out a specific signal. When you pick a problem that you want to solve, it's not just the people that need that solved immediately that are attracted to you. Any other person that, you know, like when you drop something in water, there are ripples. Okay. At the center of it is the main problem that you are solving. But those problems, they have cousins, brothers, sisters, and it's the person from afar who is looking at you and saying, this person might be able to help me. And so they come to you. When they come to you, it's either one of two things. It's either, yes, so I can do that, or no, I can't. So the whole essence of this, if you understand what I have just said right now, it takes a lot of the pressure that online marketing puts on you. In NLP, we're always taught about being at cause. What does that mean? Sorry? Being in charge. Focusing on only the things that you are in charge of, that you are in control of, and you leave everything else. I'm not in charge, to a certain extent, of someone's opinion of me. I am in charge of modifying my message to a certain point. And then after that, I just basically leave the person alone. All right? So every single thing that we are doing here, we're coming from a place of being at cause, and we're coming from a place of creating options for each and every single one of us. So that when you're out there and you want to deploy any of these things, you know that there's not just one size fits all. You know that this is in alignment with who you are as a person, and you know that this is the most authentic expression of you. And because of that, motivation is easy. All right? So that's where we're going to stop briefly. Do we have any questions? Let's have a few questions concerning this before we zip for lunch. Maybe like 5 minutes. Do we have any questions?
So what the topic is when I said there must really be one size fits all. Should we not allow me to do alcohol or something?
I have no idea.
Said three things. The method should not be one size fits all in alignment with who you are. Alignment with your values, beliefs, and there was a way to mention.
That's the thing when you are like channeling all this genius. But I'm sure it will come back to me. But it can't be more than it being in alignment with who you are and you being at course and basically creating options for yourself. It can't be more than that. It cannot be more than. It can't be more than that. Yeah. One of the very first things that I learned from NLP was from my very, very amazing teacher, Suni. And she comes out to class. And she's standing there, and I'm sitting down there, I'm looking at this small girl. I'm like, now, wow. And she was like, honestly, that was how I was just looking at her. I was like, now, wow, this is my life. So she comes out, and she's like, you know, you always have to design for options. One is no option. Two is the dilemma. No, dilemma. It's a dilemma. You only have options from three. I think entered here and stayed. I was like, yay. After I went to her, I didn't know whether to say hello, ma. Good day. But it stayed. It stayed. And whenever it is that I look at the things that I'm going to do out there, my first point of call is, what options does this present to me? When I'm choosing clients, what options do I have with this particular person? Do I have multiple options, or does working with this particular person put me in a box? And there's nothing wrong with the box, but do I want to be in that box? Yeah. All right. So any other questions? Any other questions? Whilst all those people that are sharing sweets are not giving me, I'm just looking at them. So any other questions? Just be asking questions like that and they'll still be sharing it, not looking at me. Any questions? Because me, I don't even understand. They'll be doing it like that. Hey, thank you. All right. So if we don't have any questions, we'll basically stop here, go for lunch, and when we get back, we would really get into the rest of this stuff. All righty.
We're back at 3:30.
3:30. All right.
We have to go quick.
Okay. So, quick question, all right? What is a product? Yes, what's a product? Something you sell. A package program. Something that solves the problem. I like that. Your solution. Okay. Give me an example of a product.
A book.
A book, okay.
Online program.
Online program. A course. Training.
A therapy.
A therapy. Okay. Demo. Now, here's something that you guys need to understand. All right. If you get this, everything changes. All the things you've just mentioned are offers.
Okay.
They are offers. They're how you've packaged the solution. Okay? How you package, it's how you package the product for delivery to a particular kind of person. You see this? All right? It's what? Water. The thing inside is what you're selling. This is how it's being offered. There's pure water. There's this ridiculous thing called liquid water. It sells for 40,000 naira. 40,000 naira for a bottle that is like this. They call it liquid water.
Does it give long life? Yes.
If there's liquid, there has to be solid somewhere. But it's crazy. There's in a restaurant in is it Paris or Paris? They have this thing called, you can get a glass of bottled water for, I can't remember how much, but eau de table goes for, I think it's 27 a glass. Now, 27, I think it's 27 euro or something like that for a glass. Now, here's the funny thing. Eau de table is tap water.
Tap water. Ordinary tap water.
Yes, but they put it in a really fancy glass, chill it,
Package.
and call it eau de table. All right. So that's just it. So you've got to understand that. Okay. There's a big difference between product and offer. All right. A product, from where we are standing, is organized intellectual property designed to solve a specific problem. All right. Everybody repeat that after me. Organized. No. Organized. Intellectual property. Designed to solve a specific problem. I'm an cho. I can't believe you guys. You guys are ridiculous. So if you get that at the back of your mind, it frees you up. Because once you have a product, you can take it to multiple different markets in different areas. We have the electric iron. The real thing that is being sold is not the physical thing that you're seeing there. It's the wisdom behind it. That intellectual property behind the electric iron is delivered as industrial iron, is delivered as traveling iron, is delivered as steaming iron, but it's technology. It's intellectual property. All right? Now, in order for you, that problem that you've decided that you're going to solve, once you're clear about it, what you want to ask yourself is, what are the three most important things to do in order to move from point A to point B, where that problem is concerned? So, for instance, this here is TribeCraft. And in case you don't recognize it because of this, it is what I was talking about here. All right? So, you have the clarity filter. Get clear on what you want. Get clear on how you want them. They want to see you. get clear on the solution that you are offering. It's not really sharp. Yes. No, it's not the colors. I think it's the sharpness of the whatever. It's a bit too far from that. But anyway, once you have something like this, in order for somebody to get to that particular point, for this particular product, Tribecraft, it's for people who want, is that better? Slightly. All right, so Tribecraft, what I have put here together is a product designed for people who want to develop tribes of true fans. And when I say a true fan, I'm talking about somebody who has invested a minimum of $100. Okay, so you want to build a tribe of those kinds of people that even though they've invested $100 in you, they very happily go on to put down $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. In order to go from I don't have those kinds of people to I have those kinds of people, this is the roadmap. Do you understand? Okay, so you design a roadmap like this. Every single thing about a solution is about moving from point A to point B. I have rumpled clothes. I no longer have rumpled clothes. 3 steps. Plug the iron in, put it on the cloth, drag it, switch it off. Do you understand? Yeah. Okay, so every single thing about whatever it is that you're doing, you need to have point A, point B, very clear, and then the 3 steps that move you from point A to point B. Those 3 steps are problems that stand as roadblocks between where you are and where you want to be. Remember when we started out, I started out by telling us every single person here has 3 problems. Number 1, you don't know how to make yourself irresistible. Number 2, you don't know how to sell. Number 3, you don't know how to attract the right people or get in front of the right people at the right time for the right reasons. And we all resonated with that. And that's because I'm clear about this journey. And so the more I talk about it, the more it seems I am in your heads. And that's how you start to create rapport with people. Now, when you build something like this, all your marketing is inside the product. All your content is inside the product. All the things that you ever need to do is already inside the product. And so this product, I'm here and I'm giving a talk about it. Well, running a workshop. I can give a talk about it. I can run a 12-month program about it. I can run a 3-year mentoring program about it. I can do a 5-day workshop about it. It's exactly the same thing. I can write a book. I can facilitate a retreat. It's a framework. Okay? And so when you have something like this, you can stand on it as your claim to authority. Nobody can come and ask me what Tribecraft is. I'm the only person in the world who knows what it is. You can't question me here. You might question the steps, but if I've done my work well, you won't be able to think outside of the box that I've created for you. All right? So, when we're talking about products, this is what we mean. When we're talking about offers, we're talking about how this is packaged. So, speaking, authoring, training, mentoring, facilitating, coaching, done-for-you services, manufacturing, all of that from this. Do you guys see the amount of leverage you get when you think about it from that point of view? However, if all you did was online course, and then someone invites you to come and give a presentation, you'll be battling with what should I say for free and what should I keep for sale. This gives you freedom. We're going to spend like 6 hours here. I haven't scratched the surface of this. Yes.
I'm stressing myself. That makes
Okay.
So I consider myself quite cerebral.
Okay.
When I engage with people, my clients, I want to pour everything I know. When I get another client, I find myself going to read extra to give more to this person.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
He wants so that we can record it.
meanwhile, everything I know is already valid for that market.
Yeah.
But I keep on
Please careful with that so that
I keep on buying courses, I keep on reading books, I keep on changing my curriculum. I have something called story writing bootcamp. I've done it 3 times. The 3 times is different content. Because each time I just feel there's something more. There's something more. So instead of understanding that these same products can be the speaking, the coaching, the authoring. Oh no.
the difference between what you are doing and what this is you are focused on content. I am focused on transformations.
Yeah.
There's a very, very big difference. Context. Okay? And so because I have this, a group of mothers can invite me to come and talk about marriage. All right? Can invite me to come and talk about marriage, but I want to sell Tribecraft to them. All right? So I'm like, ladies, if you're having problems in your marriage right now and you are trying to get to that situation where your husband like literally worships the very ground that you are on, you've got to understand that you have 3 problems. You don't know how to make yourself irresistible to your husband. You think you know him, but you don't really know him. It's because it's the transformation. And so I can link that with this and seamlessly at the end transition into a sale without having to be out of context or them thinking, what is he saying? What is he not saying? Do you get? So, content. All right, so what's the question?
She doesn't understand.
What's the question?
I don't know. I wish I could see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This is it.
Oh, okay. Like you have. Oh, thank you. Sir.
Yeah. This is it. What you're looking at here is what is here. You guys understand that? What is here? Exactly like every single thing that you're seeing here is what I've written 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
These are the things.
Yeah.
It is absolutely not.
Can we get this on our WhatsApp?
You say?
Can we get this on our
Yeah, sure. Not a problem. So this is what we refer to as product. But like Jida has said, it's simple, it's not easy. Because most of us do not like to think.
It's true.
And it's the thinking. Because look, in every other business, you do something once and you get to do it over and over again and you have leverage. Hello. Hello. So in every other business, you have leverage. Why is it that in this, we think we have to do the job over and over and over and over again? Why not think once effectively and deploy it in multiple different ways?
Because it still does hard work.
And they lied to you.
Hard work.
All right. So this is what you talk. This is what we are talking about as far as products are concerned. Now, if you do this, for those of us that are serious about making money from this, it's important for you to understand what I refer to as the 4-offer formula. All right? And what this means is that, look, I've been around the block, all right? I've been there, done that for a lot of times. And when it comes to this particular space, and we're talking about money, especially the kind of money that I'm saying that we should all go and collect, ecologically, yes, we should all go and collect. And the reason why I say collect, my father told me that there's money everywhere. Do you have the mind to go and collect your share? That's the thing. So, to collect this money, you need 4 kinds of offers. First of all, you need an intimacy offer. Some people call it intimacy. Some people call it premier. Some people call it intensives. It's basically one-on-one work. Okay? And when you're starting out, this is where you have your biggest leverage. Why? It's from one-on-one, working one-on-one with people that you understand the nuances of applying your product. It's in working one-on-one with people that you have the best chance of helping them produce results. And so as a result of helping them produce results, you have the best chance of getting very, very good testimonials. Okay? And that's why one-on-one work is great at the beginning. People who are selling online courses to you and encouraging you to do online courses before you have tested your product, before you understand your market, before you have nailed your message, set you up for failure. Because, let me explain. If you don't understand what I'm talking about here, what tends to happen, you won't be clear about the outcome of the program. You're not clear about the transformation you want to lead people through. And so because of that, you stuff up with content, most of which are not relevant. And so people go through your content, they appreciate it, but nothing really shifts. But every single thing that I've done here right now, there are things happening in your head. The correct answer is yes, right? Yes. Mm-hmm. So there are things happening inside of your head. Why? Because it's thought out. And I'm not bringing anything into this that is not essential for the conversation we're having here and now. So I'm not stuffing up. All right? So you need an intimacy offer. Those intimacy offers are the ones that I'm asking you to collect 800, 2 million, and 4 million for. So there's something called a VIP intensive. All right? A VIP intensive, and basically what a VIP intensive is a one-day workshop for one person. Either 1 day or 2 day workshop, one person. So in other words, you're spending 1 day or 2 days max with one person to help them produce a very, very specific result. Now, what is 1 day? For me, it's 4 hours. So I'm not expecting you to go and sit down and say you're spending 12 hours because you're collecting 800,000 from somebody. Well, if you're going to do 10 hours with a person, split it within 2 days. Okay. But the key to this is that you're producing only one result for the person. It's very, 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 very clear. So I've had intensives where I spent 1 full day with a person to help them map out their entire business plan in this particular space. That's a deliverable. I'll spend an intensive with a person where I help them write a book in 1 day. So day 1, we talked through the outline of the book. Day 2, we sat down and I asked questions and recorded it, uploaded it to a place called otter.ai. Okay, and in 45 minutes they'll send me the transcript of all of that. Send it to my contact in Fiverr, who edits it and brings it back to us, a complete manuscript, in 3 hours.
Wow.
So I get your book written 2 days. Now, the kind of book I'm talking about is a 90-minute book. In other words, the kind of book that if you get into a plane in Abuja here, you're going to Lagos. By the time you're in Lagos or you're already in Lagos, you spend an extra 30 minutes thereabouts, you'd have finished the book. So it's about 100 and something pages, big print, that kind of thing. But it's still something for a lot of people. All right? So when you understand all right, so because I understand all of this, all right, because I understand this, Each of these steps here is a profit center. This is 9 intensives. Do you understand? This is 9 intensives because I can charge to help a person, in one day. I can help them lay the foundation for an ethical cult in one day. I can help them fine-tune their sales processes in one day. All right? But if you don't have this, sorry, yeah? Alright, so that's that here, right? In Lagos. So that's here. So you need to understand that each of this, here's the one that blows your mind when you understand this and offers. Each of this is a book.
Oh yeah.
Each of this is a talk. Each of this is a mentoring program. Each of this is a coaching program. Each of this is a course. Each of this is a workshop. Each of this is a lead magnet that you use to bring people. Each of this is a conversation that you can have to give to people for free to bring them into the rest of all of this. You can spend an entire life with one product. One. Now, I'm expecting that if you do your work well, what you would have is 5 of these. 5. 5 products. So here's the thing. For those of you that have been getting my emails or opening them or reading them as the case may be, I talked about the community mastery method, right? Yeah. The community mastery method is made up of 5 steps. All right? Get mastery, get known, get paid, get scale, get knowing, right? 5 things. To solve the problem of mastery, I have the think sheet method. The proposition within it is that, look, think sheet, think sheet, not sheet, but sheet. Thank you. The proposition there is that at the end of going through that particular step, you'll be able to talk about your subject matter 12 hours a day, 32 days straight, and not repeat yourself. Do you know what it means to be able to have so much depth that you can stand here and talk about, I can talk about this thing that I'm talking about here, 12 hours a day, 32 days straight, and you won't hear me repeat myself. It's called the think sheet method. It's a product that sits behind the first step of my overall framework.
Are we going to learn?
Not today. Then you have Tribecraft, which is this, which sits behind Get Known. You have solution framing, which is how you basically get paid based on your alignment. It sits behind step 3. You have assetology, which is about creating assets that if you're a one-man riot show, enables you to free yourself a little bit. And that's how you build systems and grow. That sits behind Get Scale. And then you have rapid results engineering, which is about performance and modeling, which sits behind step 5. Now, I can talk about Tribecraft 12 hours a day, 32 days straight, and not repeat myself. I can do that with all 5. Now, is being generous with content an issue for me? But it's work. Well, I've been running with the community mastery method for 3 years, but I've been in this field for 25. So there's perspective. Okay, most of my people get to do this within 3 years. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Most of my people who get to work with me get to do that within 3 years if they put in the work. Yeah. Okay, so you need to understand that. So VIP intensives, 1 to 2 days with you. You have premier programs. Okay? These premier programs are usually 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, 3 years. Doesn't really matter. But it's still one-on-one work with you, and it's based on the product. So when you design something like the one that I just finished talking to us about, it gives you that level of freedom, because ultimately it's not about content. Like Mr. Oster says, it's about context. It's about the transformation. It's never about the content. Ever about the content. It's context. Think about it like the transformation. So it's not what I am saying to you that is making this magical. It's what's going on in your head as you're listening to me. Yeah. And that's deliberate. Okay? So these two things, this and this combined, give you the ability to charge a lot, because you're compressing time for people. Let me ask you this. If you meet somebody who has promised you, so for instance, a lot of people would say they want to write a book for you. How long do they usually give to you to write a book? Sorry? 3 months. Okay. So someone tells you that they can help you put your book together in 3 months, and I tell you, I can get it done for you in 2 days. As in, get your manuscript out 2 days. Who would you go with?
2 days.
Who would you expect to charge more?
2 days.
Exactly.
So how much do you charge?
Let's just say it's global level fee. All right. So that's for the intimacy offer. You need something that helps you generate an audience. I told you guys I did.
Typo.
Yes, it's customer service for those that like to look for typos. So we've done that. All right. Now this audience offer is what you use. No. This is a completely different type of. So we're talking about audience offers. So audience offers. Yes. Audience offers. These are things that you put out there to just basically bring people into your world. Now, there are two ways you can bring people into your world. You can bring people in for free, or you can just get them to pay you to get into your world. All right? Most people would run their newsletters, and it's free. You pay to get into mine. Most people would say, okay, come into my community and all of that. You pretty much pay to get into mine. Why? Because when people invest, they tend to pay more attention. Now, don't get me wrong. It doesn't mean that the person who doesn't pay will not pay attention. It's just that it's less likely to happen. Okay? So we're talking about offers that you are charging, say, 1,000 naira all the way to 50,000 naira. Pretty much that. And all you're doing is bringing people together who are interested. So for instance, this would be an audience offer. It's to just bring an audience of people together. And if I chose to, I can run this every month. And it will bring in different sets of people into my world and all of that. And the magic is you use the audience offer and you bring people here. But you don't need an audience offer to get people here. Okay? So you don't need an audience offer in order to get people here. All right? You can sell this just on its own. And so with these few points of mine, I'm happy to tell you that we can take a 15-minute prayer break right now. Thank you very much.
15 minutes.
Yes. Would I still build an audience? Yes. Will I build a bigger audience? Yes. Will I make as much as I'm making now? I don't know. But I'm not going to wait to find out. So you have a choice. But I do know that a true fan is not someone who cheers you on. It's someone who is engaged. And someone who is engaged is someone who invests in you. Now, there are some people, because of where they are at that particular point in time, they might not be able specifically to invest a lot of money with you, but at some point you will make an offer that they will step into that is just right for them at that particular point in time. But they all make up parts of your audience. Okay, so that's that. So we have intimacy offers, we have audience offers. Are we clear about that? Now, your audience offer can promote this, but you don't need this in order for you to sell this. All right? Now, here's the funny thing. You can put this together, all right? And the money you make from this, you put 25% of that cash flow into this. And this blows up your audience. Remember, you don't do what they call it. At the beginning, you don't put money into ads to sell. All right? You do it to distribute content. And that content brings people into your world. And once those people are in your world, you invite them to come closer and become members of your audience. Okay? With this. And once they become members of your audience, you educate them, and at the right time, they step into this. All right? Now, when you are across 10,000, you can put money into promoting this. Yeah. You can put money into promoting this, and that frees you up even more. All right? Now, when I say put money, I'm talking about serious money, because sometimes you actually have to put in a lot in order for you to get something out. But your goal here is not to make money. Your goal here is to break even, because this is for audience. If you make a profit, fantastic. But you're not looking for profit when you're promoting this with ads. You want money to come, and then you want to put back that money. You want the money to come, you want to put it back. So it blows up your audience. All right? Yeah.
So your only line of business is coaching and consultancy and all this?
No, I actually run 4 businesses. One is meats, one is interior design, one is publishing, and then this one here is my practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do interior design.
Yeah.
You do. So for me, I feel like if I come up like a consultant and all that, will people perceive me like what I do in my education business? I'm not paying it more attention.
No. All that are stories you're telling yourself in your head. No, it's a story you're telling yourself in your head. Because here, look, I already run 4 businesses. If I didn't tell you that, you wouldn't know.
But because how do you get your customers for those other ones? Because now for now, it looks like I have to show up here, and in short, I showed you something. I've not been able to really post it up because I've been thinking like, I need to show up somewhere.
You're telling yourself the wrong stories. Because, so for instance, this falls back to understanding the difference between a business and a practice. Okay, for my businesses, at the level at which I am playing right now, I have CEOs. Okay, so basically what I do, my role is to show up, all right, be the face that through my speaking and my talking and all of that, I generate business. And then I send them. Yeah. But at the beginning, it wasn't that way. Okay? I literally had to be both, yes. But even now, at this particular point in time, so for instance, right now, I have quite a number of brands out there in the marketplace. I play in the relationship spaces in 2 categories. Okay, the one that is most common is Love Advantage. That has to do with people in their first 3 years of marriage, helping them develop the habits and the beliefs and the values that make sure that the rest of their life is okay. Because those first 3 years, killer. Love Advantage. Okay, I've just launched a new one, which is Why He Won't Marry You. Okay, targeting women in 35 and above who have been single, maybe they have a child, and now they're looking for a high value man to marry. All right. If you go to my Facebook profile, you'll see maybe like 1 or 2 posts about these ones. But where I'm active is in groups that are relevant to that audience. And when I say active in groups, I get myself invited. to come do presentations. I get myself invited to Zoom events, to show up in people's, take over people's Instagram accounts, those kinds of things, and do those presentations. That's how that business comes to me. The challenge a lot of us have is we think that every single thing has to always be done exactly one way.
Sorry, what do you mean by get yourself invited?
I ask. Simple.
Can I speak on your platform?
I would have established why first of all. So usually I would join the group, find out what the group is about, if I'm not in conflict, if I'm not competing, and what I'm bringing is complementary to them. Then I try to find a way to be useful to the leader of that particular group. And it's always easy for me because more times out of 10, they really don't know what they're doing with their Facebook groups. So I would sit down and write recommendations and say it's my gift, my contribution to them, and that starts a conversation. Yeah. That's how I do it. And so that's what keeps me busy online, and you don't see me posting all over the place. Yeah. All right, so these are the two main offers. These are two main offers that you can do. Number three.
Okay, sorry. If you said that when we do this audience offers, we shouldn't put our mind on making money from it. Whatever is generated from it,
you put it back. The purpose, the reason why it's called an audience offer is to build audience.
So where we should be focusing on making money from is the intimacy offer.
Yes, at the beginning.
80-20.
Okay, this is what you sell to these people. If you make a profit here, and at some point you will, because the numbers will start to make sense, but this is not where the money is. The money is here. And it's these people, when they trust you, that come down here. I can run a workshop for 12 people. Okay, they came in for 50,000 naira, make an offer, and out of the 12, 10 will buy. Why? Because they spent 5 days with me. It's intensive. We've gotten to know each other. And to a certain extent, they trust me. But I'm not looking at, if I was looking at just the 12 people that came in at 50,000 naira, let me see. There are some bills that I currently have that they won't, it won't cover. All right? So that's how you do that. Now, the fourth kind of offer third. All right. So the third kind of offer is what I refer to as a legacy offer. Legacy, not leggings. Legacy. All right. And a legacy offer is basically one that enables you to profit from one person for a long time. It brings in recurring revenue. Okay. It brings in recurring revenue, and it could be done at any particular level, but you only have leverage to do that effectively when you have a large audience. If you have 2,000 people on Instagram and you want to put together a legacy offer, the only way it would work is if it is high ticket. Okay, so when I started out with the Highly Paid Experts Network, I had the group, a level of it called Platinum. And Platinum back then was 30,000 naira a month. Today it's 325. Now, fun story about that. When I launched every single thing, I invited some cool guys to my room. I cooked for them, did every single thing for them, walked them through every single thing that I wanted to do, and then made them an offer for Platinum at 15,000 naira a month. They laughed. They laughed and ate my food. They did not have shame. They laughed. I'm saying that because, look, these are real life stuff. There will be people who will look at whatever it is that you have to offer and they'll be like, I beg you. Yeah. But stay on the path. If you do exactly what I'm asking you to do, a few months down the road, they'll come back. And when they come back, traditionally, I teach my clients something I refer to as idiot fees. It's a fee you pay for being an idiot. It's at least 30% markup on what every other person is paying. and I don't hide it. I'm like, this 30%, you pay idiot fees.
Is it the people that ate your food?
Of those people that ate my food, only one person has paid idiot fees. I'm still waiting for the others. Right. So it's very, 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 very key. And then, of course, the final thing. Once you've crossed 10,000, remember when we talked about consolidating? Okay. So you've been doing all kinds of intensives. You've been doing... Yes.
This legacy, is it paid at
Monthly payments, monthly recurring payments. Yes, monthly recurring payments. Yes, subscriptions. And then, of course, the final one is what I refer to as your core offer. You only have core offers when you have crossed over in this definition, of course. And this is usually something that is very, 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 very high ticket. And what generally happens is that you consolidate, bring every single thing that you've been doing here together. So let's say you've been doing you've done an intensive for each of the levels. Let me just show you guys this. Oh. It better be good. Ah, yes. Guys, my village people say I shouldn't show you people. So here's what I mean. Assuming, for instance, okay, remember those 3 steps? I don't understand. So, yes, the clarity, consistency, and connection. Okay, so I can do 3 intensives. I can do the clarity filter intensive, I can do the connection intensive, I can do the consistency intensive, hypothetically. Okay, I have sexier names for them. So I have these 3 intensives that I've been doing. And then a premier program could be, I call it maybe platinum program. All right. Now, at the point when I have crossed $10,000, I can bring all of them together and call it something like Expert Business School. And anybody who comes in at a premium level with me, once a quarter, I do 1 intensive with them. And then the monthly sessions that I have with them become accountability sessions. And all these workshops, books, and things that I have done, they get to come to the workshops for free. So if I've had maybe like 6 different workshops that I'm promoting, they get to come to all of them. Do you see how all of that comes together? And it becomes one thing that you're selling for a really high ticket. Yeah.
They have entrance into all the other.
Yes. Pretty much that.
So are we still going to talk about traffic?
Sorry?
We're already
No. We're going to talk about traffic. Don't worry.
Okay, this foundation position guys to close at 5:30. Is that okay?
yes,
Even at 7.
you have
Some of us are Maria. You are Maria.
Okay. So, this thing is called the opportunity web or your opportunity web. Okay. So, going to what you were talking about, the almighty traffic. All right. The opportunity that is available to you will come from content. It will come from community. It will come from your contacts. It will come from your conversations. All right. So, your content, your community, your conversations. All right. Let's start with content. Sorry? Here I was thinking you wanted to take a picture and I was about to post. So we're talking about content, community, conversation, contacts. Every single thing about bringing people into your programs, getting people to buy, this is pretty much it. It's not going to be more than this. Conversations. Hi, how you doing? You good?
Like, on the regular basis.
On the regular basis, yes. Don't worry, I'll get to it. I'm going to look at each and every single one of them. I got you. Are we done? So another one of my traits is that I'm incredibly vain, but it's not vain if it's the truth, right? If I'm actually talking about, if what I'm being accused of being vain about is actually truth, it's not vain, right? The correct answer is yes, if you're wondering. Thank you. So, all right. You say? It's called guided therapy. I have to be sure you know what to say. All right. So, let's talk about content. How do you generate trust? Trust is a function of two things, especially when it comes to people that you are going to pay money. Trust is a function of two things. I have to know that you can do the work, right? And at the same time, I've got to know that you have good character. You're not just going to disappear. So you might have good character, and if I give you my money, you return it to me, but you do shabby work. You might be really, really good at what you do, but Tuesday is not Tuesday. Tuesday actually means next week, Friday. And when I say next week, Friday, I'm talking like December. Okay? Okay? So you have to have that balance of character and competence. Yeah. And it's the same way online. Okay? If you want people to learn to buy into you, you've got to create content that balances those two. All right? So when it comes to content that gets down to your character, we're talking about your stand. In other words, when I'm talking about your stand, I'm talking about your position on things. All right? NSAS, what was your stand on that? The current PIB bill that has just been, what is your position on that? The migration trend of young people from Nigeria to other places, what's your stand on that? Anything that is trending in your space, you have an opinion. No, it's not a question of, listen, it's not a question of should you, it's that you do. Now, whether you share it or not is a different matter. Damn, you guys are so judgy. All right. So, when it comes to your stand, there are multiple different things here. If you don't want to talk about what's happening in the country or your stand on politics, there's your stand on issues within your industry. There's your stand on family. There's your stand on love. There's your stand on the dynamic between man and woman. There's your stand on kids. What do you believe about the basic things of life? You share that. Mind works. Okay? Now, what you share is up to you. There's no rule that says that everything that happens in your life, no, it's not even advisable to do that. Again, remember, you've got to think about the people that you are looking to attract. All right? So if you go to my social media, it's pretty low-key. It's pretty low-key. And what I'm trying to pass across is I'm slightly crazy. I absolutely love my wife. And I'm serious about my work. Because the markets that I am targeting, those are their values. You won't see me rubbing wealth in anybody's face because the people that I attract, they don't like that. If I share a testimonial about somebody, it means that person vetted it and said you can do it. So a lot of times you won't see screenshots of conversations, except the person that vetted all of that. So all of that are few and far between, because I understand the way the people that I attract think. All right? So that is very, very important. Another thing is lifestyle. All right. And when I'm talking about lifestyle here, again, you have to think about the people that you are targeting. I travel a lot. A lot. Sometimes I think I spend more time in the air than God alone knows what. But the only travel that you would have seen on my space, and I deliberately shouted about it, was a trip I went with Edirin to Dubai. And that is because I was part of that, and Edirin is my client, and I'm super proud of her, so I celebrated it. But even then, it's 2 pictures. How many pictures did I take? Lots. It's 2 pictures. Very, very 2 undescriptive pictures. Why? Because again, I have the kinds of people that I am targeting at the back of my mind. All right? So, lifestyle means how do you live your life? And again, it is a question of what you are comfortable with sharing. All right? And then, of course, your stories. All right? And there are all kinds of stories. The rags to riches stories, the struggle stories, there are all kinds of things. But the stories that you share, again, has to be stories that make sense to your market. I won't come here and tell you guys that I graduated with a third-class degree in management, even though I kind of sort of did. But it's relevant to... But it's relevant when I'm talking to students. It's very, very relevant when I'm talking to students. In another audience, I won't talk about all the things that happened as a result of my NLP journey because it's not relevant to them. All the stories that I put together for this is only what is relevant to this audience, to this conversation. It's the same thing also online. Okay? So, all of that, under stories, there are things about the funny side of life, all the things that that happen to you on a regular basis. So, one of my favorite stories is about my 2 youngest daughters. The youngest one runs into the living room, comes and meets me and is screaming, "Mima slapped me." Mima comes out to defend herself. She said, "No, I didn't slap her." I said, "What did you do?" "I gave her a high five on her cheeks." Now, when I'm talking to mothers and I talk about the fact that I'm a house husband and I spend time with my kids, yeah. But if I'm not taking time to document those stories, then I don't have a resource to tap into. All right. So these 3 things here, your stand, your lifestyle, your stories, they define your character. People have insight into who you are. When it comes to competence, Abby? Yes. I think. Okay. Sorry? What's the correct thing? C, not S. C. I knew that. I knew. I problem with spelling too. No, this is actually customer service. There are people who like to see typos. All right. So, your framework. So obviously, now when I talk about framework, you guys know I'm talking product. Yeah. Right? So talking about your product. Now when I say talk about your product, I'm not saying talk about your workshop. I'm saying, so like me, I'll talk about TribeCraft. I'll talk about the reason why you shouldn't niche according to market, but you should niche according to message. I'll talk about why you should not even niche yourself at all. I'll talk about the difference between products and offers. I'll talk about the need for... Niche yourself. No, of course not. You don't niche yourself. Okay, so who are you?
I am Aisha.
Who are you?
I'm a mom.
Who are you?
I'm a wife.
How do you put all of that together? You're you. I like that. So we won't give you a label. We'll just say Aisha. Period. So you don't niche yourself, you niche products and offers. Do you understand? Because products are designed to solve very specific problems, and specific problems are only recognized by specific markets. Offers, so if I had like this TribeCraft thing, I don't expect Obama to come to my workshop. He'll prefer a private intensive with me, maybe 2-3 days with him. So that offer, priced specifically for people like that, will be different from something I would put together for someone else. So there are always preferences when it comes to offers. Preferences of the market and preferences of you yourself. 2018, there was an LGBT conference in Ghana. Very big one. And they invited me to come and do a presentation. And at the end of the presentation, I had to say certain words. And it was being recorded. Now, I don't have any problem with that. Okay, I've got friends and all that in that particular community. However, I also happen to be the section leader for my church. And so we stand for a particular thing. Now, whereas I don't have any problems with them, the moment I say that, it's not every single person that I'm leading that has the same level of awareness as I am. And so that will cause problems with my leadership. So I won't go there and give a talk and say that. It was a lot of money. I won't go there and give that talk. But I'll happily send my products, as in my books, my trainings, and all of those things to them. Do you understand? So, who didn't understand? Yeah. So what don't you understand?
You haven't sent your products and just you.
I'll gladly send my products to be sold, my books, my all of those things. Yes, but I won't go there. So it's a question of you understanding preferences. Would they accept my promotions for my workshop? Would they accept promotions for my courses? Would they accept promotions for my books and my audios and my videos? Yes. Am I willing to send that there? Yes. Do they want me to come and speak? Yes. Do I want to go and speak? No. So preferences, there has to be a balance in preferences in both ways. There are some people who come to me and they want me to work in a particular capacity. I'm not interested. And so there isn't a fit. It's not by force. Do you understand?
Okay,
so that's always working.
I need to ask another question. And my question is this: what would you be known for if you don't niche yourself?
Your products are what people need and are interested in. Now, concerning what you want to be known for, you want to be known for what I refer to as a distinct solution system. That's a conversation for another day. So remember when I talked about the community mastery method, okay? That's my overall framework. That's my overall framework that sits behind every single thing that I do.
And you can send it to me for my husband, for me, parenting.
See, yeah. I can break it down into multiple different areas. So Love Advantage, which is a product for people in the first 3 years of marriage, comes from the last step of the community mastery method, which is rapid results engineering. Okay, so I have quite a number of things which come out of the community mastery method. Okay, so if you have that, that's what you get known for. That's what you position as generally.
Behind those, the titles you give in those programs, you now put specific tools behind them.
Specific tools behind them, specific processes behind them, all of that. There are all kinds of things behind it.
But then, is it just one problem that this your product will be solving, or
it solves multiple? No. Sir, Nick, understand something. Understand something. Okay, these are the conversations that I didn't want to bring here because it kind of like muddles things. What you need to understand first and foremost is that when you design a product, it's intellectual property. Okay, so in different markets, you are known based on what you are selling. Generally, you are known for your overall framework. I haven't talked about the overall framework here, but what you need to understand is, it's like, for instance, you have Islam. the entire body of work. Okay? Now, inside of that, there are packages of teachings and learnings that solve different problems. It's like that. Does that make sense? So, community mastery method is an overall thing. Inside of it are solutions. Yes. And those solutions, that overall framework is based on your values. It's based on your values as an individual.
Okay, sorry. Why I had to ask that question was because you said, from the videos that were sent, in one of those videos, you said we should focus on, and you said it here.
One problem.
You said it several times, that we should focus on one problem that we want to solve.
Yeah.
So it means you can have different problems that you want to solve as a person.
Yeah, you can have as many problems as you want to solve, but you start with one. You start with one. The problem with a lot of people is that they try to do all kinds of things. Okay.
One product, one framework. Solve that problem.
No. The same
Guys,
framework.
listen. Let's stay with one conversation, all right? Understand that you design a product, okay? And you offer it in multiple different ways. Stop there. Because the conversation you're asking is a bit more advanced, all right? Okay, so, so we have character, we have stand, lifestyle, stories. Here we have, let's start with product. Let's just stick with product. Cannot come and die. So we have products, all right? You have questions. Questions that you just ask. What do you think goal setting is? What do you think product is? They're just questions that you ask. Okay? You have case studies. You have PR. In other words, if you've been interviewed, your content has been indexed by some kind of media house and all of that, you basically share that. And then, of course, you have your invitations. Now, all you're doing is you're mixing and matching. There are some people that you go to their... sorry? Invitation. Hey, I have so and so thing. Would you like it? Come. I'm going to be at Abuja on Thursday. Would you like to meet me? Come. Hey, I'm offering so and so workshop. Would you like to be a part of it? This. I've just met my friend. He's writing a book. He has decided to give it free for all. I'm hooking you guys up. Come and take. You're just inviting people to come interact with you in one way or the other. Okay, PR is public relations. So basically anything you've been interviewed on radio, TV, a blog, a podcast, all of those things that you have shown up on, you share it. Okay, so the idea is you don't just get serious, you mix and match. Just like, you know that, have you ever met those kinds of people? I know we don't have them here, but those kinds of people that every single time you meet them is business. After a while, you keep them there. But you like people with depth. They talk about things that are interesting. They share bits and pieces of themselves. They share about their work. They share about their kids. That's when you know your friends. All right? So, as far as content is concerned, this is very, 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 very important. All right? Now, questions, you're just asking a question. Anything at all. So you could ask people, you used to be in the banking sector. Assuming you were online managing content for them. What do you like most about our services? And people just respond on Twitter. All right? So all of those things are there. Case studies. Case studies is a detailed outline of where somebody was before they started working with you and where they are after they started working with you. PR, that means you weren't paying attention. Yeah.
I saw that you trademarked
Thrivecraft, yes.
Is that how you trademark all your products one by one?
Not all of them. Not all of them. Trademarking is it's expensive. All right. So what you generally do is you launch something into the marketplace. The ones that gather the most traction, you lock those ones down. All right. So so we have community. And this is when we're answering that question about traffic. But before we get there, okay, before we get to traffic, when it comes to all the social media platforms, all right, you don't jump on the social media platform because everybody is telling you to go there. You jump on it for two reasons. Number one, it caters to your strengths. Number two, the people that you are targeting are there. Number one, it caters to your strengths. Number two, the people that you are targeting are there. All right? So that's pretty much it. So we have quite a number of places right now that typically, for most of us who are here, those things will be there. So we've got Facebook. We've got Instagram. We've got LinkedIn. We've got YouTube. We've got blogs. We've got podcasts. Every single one of us, we're going to play somewhere here. And then, of course, there's almighty email. Sorry? When it comes to international use, not so strong. Sorry? Clubhouse. The jury is still out on it, especially for us here. Now, have you seen? Sorry? To be very, very honest, you don't need one yet. And I'll explain why much later. So, here's the thing. All right? Guys, here's the thing. When I'm talking about Facebook, I'm talking about Facebook groups. All right? So, there are multiple different combinations. You can do Facebook. You can do Facebook, email. Okay? Just Facebook and email. You do a group, you add that to email, and that's your jam. All right? That is your jam. You build community and you have that consistent communication with people, and that's it. Facebook, I like Facebook because it gives you a lot of flexibility. No matter what your preferences are, if you're a video person, Facebook works. If you're an audio person, Facebook works. If you like to write, Facebook works. There's a lot of flexibility in it. People say, oh, Facebook is dead and all of that kind of thing. Listen, people 35 and above, there are plenty of them on Facebook. Okay? It's very, very, very powerful. All right? And when you understand the fact that Facebook owns Instagram and WhatsApp, you get to have an understanding of the kind of reach you can have when you put some money behind the promotion of your content. All right? So this too works. Another thing that you could do is Instagram and email. So you build a crowd here. You build your audience here. So all that followers, all the talks that you're doing, people getting to connect with you, they join you, they come and follow you on Instagram. From Instagram, you make an audience offer to those human beings. Those people come in, they join you via email, and you communicate with them via email. People say that people don't read emails. My emails have a 92% open rate. And when I send emails every day. Then I disappear for a while, then I start sending again. But my open rates are very, 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 very high. Why? The majority of my people are buyers. They've invested. Okay, so there's that. Then you have podcasts for those of us that don't want to show our face. So you've got podcasts. okay, which is audio. All right. That thing you're talking about, Clubhouse, you could put it here, but recently they opened it up for Android. All right. Have you tried accessing it with your Android phone? Have you seen how limited you are? You don't have all the features yet.
Was it really open for Android?
Yeah, it's been open. No. It's been open for Android, but the jury is still out on how easily we can use it if you don't have an iPhone. If you have an iPhone, it's your jam. Okay? But you could have this if we were to add that. CH, it gives you an opportunity to do what you're doing with podcasts, and to all intents and purposes, it would be a whole lot more engaging. But what you want to do is bring people from here to email. Now, the reason why I keep saying email and email and email, how many of you used WhatsApp like, say, 10 years ago? How many of you have been using WhatsApp for 10 years? Sorry? There was. No, there was. Yeah. Okay, now here's the thing, all right? The question is this: is WhatsApp still the same? Especially after Facebook bought it. Do you know that Facebook shuts down accounts on WhatsApp Business? Yes. How long do you think they'll start doing that to your personal accounts? Do you think you actually own a WhatsApp account?
But you have numbers now.
Yeah, you have numbers. Text is a completely different jam, but it's very expensive. All right? A better option, a more forgiving option than WhatsApp is Telegram. I would run Telegram every day, okay, until it is sold. The moment it is sold, I am out. Because WhatsApp was great until Facebook bought it. All right? If you're the kind of person that likes to write, you have blogs, Facebook group, email. These three I recommend as your jam. If you're like me and you like your face in videos and pictures and all of those kinds of things, yes, you do YouTube. And again, email is your jam. Now, here's the thing. If you're playing the YouTube game, all right? If you're playing the YouTube game as an expert, your goal is not subscribers. It's attention. It's a place where you showcase your skill for potential clients to go find you. Where you know your engagement is the number of people here who come here. All right? Now, to answer her question about traffic, there are three forms of traffic, three different ways that you generate traffic, and some of us will probably be aware of that. First is organic. Post. It works, but it is incredibly slow. Second form is partnerships. Okay? Your partnerships. So, I have 3,000 people. Aisha has 4,000 people. You have 10,000 people. I look at Aisha. I'll come to her later, so I come to you. Not because you have 10,000, but because I think your audience is really, really cool. And I'm like, hey, you talk about accounting and whatever to business professionals. I talk about marketing. So why don't we just get together and jam for your audience? If I make an offer to them, I'll give you 30% or 50% of everything that comes in. In fact, you can collect the money and pay me later. All right. So we partner up and we join and we have that conversation, okay? And we show up. But I am leveraging her audience and her credibility. All right? This is a partnership. This is Mr. Usa's partnership, collaboration, whatever you want to call it, potato, potato. But this is his audience. It is credibility that brought you guys here. I'd like to think it's my face, but nah. All right? Check it out. Anyway, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, right? You can do that with multiple different people. You can do it with people who own podcasts. You can do it with people who own blogs. You can do it with people who have groups. You can do it with people who have like all kinds of presence. See, if I was starting out, anybody that wants to go and do podcasts, right? I would tell you, yeah, launch your own podcast, but don't put too much emphasis on thinking that you're going to make money from the podcast very, very quickly. Do it just to be able to be one of the people in the space. Then go to other people who have podcasts and get them to interview you on their podcast. So one person has 300 downloads, the other person has 200 downloads, this other person has 100 downloads, this one has 1,000 downloads. All of those people, if you're interviewed and you do a good job on that platform, guess where they come looking? Yeah, but the magic is not here. The magic is here. Building this from scratch is hard work. So partnerships, they bring attention to you. 2020, in the middle of the lockdown, first week of January, Facebook locks me out of my own group, locks me out of my, what they call it? My profile, yes. So I'm like, okay. I waited and waited and waited. Finally, they let me back in. And so I'm like, okay. So I opened a separate profile, backup of that one. And so when I open this new profile, I'm starting again, like a brand new life and all of that. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, what do I do with this one? Okay, so this will be my Oyibo focus. This is the one that I'm going to go global with. So I went, yeah, clean slate. When I started the other one, at the beginning, I was just friending anybody that would just respond. But this one, I was a little bit more intentional. All right. So I went to groups. Now, the groups that I go to are groups that I pay to be a part of. So someone would sell a $97 product. They would sell a $37 product. They'll sell a $197 product, $497, all of those kinds of things. I'll pay, get the product, and they usually have a Facebook group attached to it. What have I done? I put myself in a place where there are buyers. All right. All of these people invested to solve a problem. All right. Most of the time, the person who sells a 97-day product just sells a small piece of the program in order for you to come in and buy more. And so when I'm there, I'm looking, can I complement this guy? And when the program is over and they're about to shut down the group, they usually have another group that they'll say, hey, everybody come and join that other group as well, or they keep this one running. So I had joined quite a number of those groups, and as usual, I will try to make myself as useful as possible to the people there. And the easiest way, of course, is always, okay, so don't be angry, but you know what, this thing that you're doing here, this one that you're doing here, that one that you're doing here, if you did it this way, it would actually be best. And then I'll send it to them. And I'm not doing it with the intent that I would reap something back from them. I'm doing it to serve. All right? So, one day, one of them reaches out to me. I was like, this thing that you said here, I don't quite understand it. Would you be able to find time to explain this to me? So I basically get on Zoom with him. I rip apart his brand and put it back together again. I was like, oh my God. Do you have this as a product? I said, yes. He said, what exactly is it? I said, it's a 5-day workshop called the Brand Acceleration Workshop. He said, I said, yes. How much is it? I said, 97. He said, okay, so you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Take 77. Send back 20 to me. I was like, what? My guy went to town. 422 people later, I was in a Facebook group doing my very first brand acceleration workshop. Now, understand that I'm a black guy, a fine black guy.
From Akwa Ibom.
No, Cross River. There's a difference. So, fine black guy, intelligent.
Yeah.
Only husband, only house husband in Nigeria.
Yes.
But I happen to live in Nigeria and in Lagos, or Lagos, like they call it. All right. So I had a lot of hurdles the first few days. But by the 4th day, I had bonded with them. And on the 5th day, with my mouth, or my heart in my mouth, I made an offer, a group program for $5,000. Guess how many people bought? 220.
Wow. Way.
So the next time I told the guy I was going to have the workshop, I told him it's $97, keep it all. So now I have a number of people promoting the brand acceleration workshop for me internationally. And it's a cash cow for them because they take all the upfront money. The lowest number I've ever had of people who have attended it was 100 and something. My conversion rates are pretty high. So it's partnership, okay? But you serve. You serve. When you're trying to partner with people, you can't be pushy, you can't force it, but you serve. You do whatever it is that you can to contribute to the other person in a way that the person finds comfortable, but you don't push. All right? Now, final way for you to get traffic is paid traffic. Now, if you already have some money, here's what I would recommend. If you have like 50,000 naira to put aside, as in careless 50,000 naira that is not going to disturb you, every single month for the next 12 months and forever. Okay? Use this 20, get a Facebook page, all right? Write a really, really good article. Put some money behind one. You don't need to put plenty. $1 a day. $1 a day for 30 days. That moves the needle for one article. With $100, you can do 3 articles. It brings very, very targeted people to you. It saves you, because the reason why they tell you to post every single day with organic traffic is because the posting every day keeps you in front of people. But what if your money was putting you in front of people? And not just people that you control, but people that Facebook says potentially would be interested in what you're offering. Remember, you're not doing this to sell. People put thousands of money every single month into buying stocks. Some people put millions of money into Forex, into crypto, and they're playing the long game. The best investments, look, if I was to lose every single thing, or someone was to come to me today and say, Victor, choose your money or your audience. Let the money go. With my audience, I can make back whatever it is that I have lost over and over and over and over and over again, because the trust that I have within my audience is high. When I was going through that problem in 2019, I collected a lot of money from different kinds of people. I didn't deliver what I promised to deliver to them for over a year. Some of the things that I got from people, the things that people paid me for, some of them I couldn't start delivering until June of 2020.
That was how you racked up the debt.
Yeah. No, that's not how I racked up the debt. That's how I paid off the debt. Story for another day. Story for another day. But the thing is, that happened. But you didn't hear any unfortunate gists about me online.
Who are just asking
They trusted me. Yeah.
and they paid to know.
Yeah. Meanwhile, there are people that will collect 1,000 naira from someone and they will drag them all over Twitter. Now, it's a place of responsibility. But when I'm talking about connection with your marketplace, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not 100% perfect. I make mistakes. I mess up. But because of the connection, before someone raises up their hand and says, "Sir, waiting." But it's the connection that makes that happen. Do you get that? Yeah. All right. Does that answer your question about traffic? Okay. Now, if at the point that I was making with what people were spending was that if you can put that on something that isn't as stable as we have been made to believe, okay, why don't you invest in something that is guaranteed to give you a return on investment over a lifetime? And that's your audience. When people say you need a platform, you need a platform, you need a platform, it's mostly about this whole thing about audience. Okay. 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 Let me see. Oof, time's really, really gone. All right, so stuff that holds you down. Okay, it's self-trust and your money stories. Stories you're telling yourself about money. So when it comes to self-trust, I am not enough. I don't deserve it. All of that is under I'm not enough. Some I can not get it. So every other person can get it except me. Every other person deserves it except me. I am not enough, so I need more certification. I am not enough, so I need to do this. But the moment you have self-trust, what I refer to as radical self-trust, shame disappears. All right? Shame just completely jumps out the window. But this is very, 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 very important. Without this, everything that I'm saying here today goes in one ear and out the other. You go back home and you're like, I can't do this. And then when it comes to money, the stories that you're telling yourself about money is very, very critical, especially about what you can or cannot charge and what it means or does not mean. The first time I heard someone refer to me as an arm robber, I asked for 360,000 naira for a year.
Wow. Just 4 hours.
I've come a long way. All right? But they called me arm robber, and that stuck for a while before I shook it off. So you've got to be careful about what you're telling yourself. Understand that you deserve what you're charging. Understand that you can get it. Deserve that you are more than enough when it comes to that. All right? So, in conclusion. Yep. Sorry, I saw sweet. I deserve it now. Am I not enough? So, this thing will disgrace me now in public. Is this what that you now want to snap?
Yeah.
All right. So, really, really quickly, very, very importantly, come on. For every single one of us, this is where we are now. This is where we are right now. And every single one of us wants to get to a particular place in the future. Are we together?
Yes.
We're all here now. All of us want to get to a particular place in the future. And if that future is concerning what I'm talking about right now, it takes 12 to 18 months in order for you to build out all the things that I have talked about at the basic level. All right? Now, whilst we think that this is where we want to get, when we get to that particular future, sometimes we might get to a position that is ideal. Right? We might get to a position that is absolutely ideal. What would ideal mean for each and every single one of us? $2,000, okay, per day, per month, well, per 4 hours, okay. So we have that. We have an ideal situation. Some of us would like to be paid a specific amount at a particular point in time. There's also an okay place that you can get to. What would be okay for you? It's not ideal, it's not your dream, but it's okay. What would be okay for you? 5,000. Anybody else? What would be an okay place for you to land? Sorry? Totally up to you, whether monthly or whatever. What would be an okay place? 10K. All right. So as far as that future is concerned, so guys, listen. So as far as that future is concerned, you can get to a place that is ideal, or you can get to a place that is okay. But we know how life happens. Sometimes where you actually land, is somewhere that is bad. Yeah. And now I'm looking for my red biro. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So you land somewhere bad. Bang, 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 bang. It's bad. What would be a bad situation? Yeah. Not getting anything. As bad as this could be, there's a crisis situation. All right? So when it comes to the future, you can land at your ideal. You can land at an okay place. You can land in a bad situation, or you can land in crisis. A lot of us think that between now and the future is a straight line, but more often than not, it's a curve. And when you find yourself in a situation where you land in a crisis or you land somewhere bad, it's usually because you're drifting. You're not intentional about what you're doing. You're not focused on what you're doing. You're not deliberate about what you're doing. All right? The difference between these people and the people who land here the people who land in an okay situation and those who land here is decision. They make the right decisions at the right time and they focus. So let me ask us this, and you answer this for yourself. Based on what you have done in the last 90 days, based on what you have done in the last 90 days, if you continue doing exactly that, where will you land?
Bad crisis.
Bad crisis. All right. Okay. Now, here's the funny thing. If you are on the road to crisis, right now, you might not really notice how bad it is. But when you're here, it starts to show. And 12 months from here, it's really bad. If you look at this, where is the best time for you to make a switch? No. Exactly. It's the best time for you to jump lanes. So when you look at this, there are a number of options that are available to us. 3 specific things that we need to do. Number one, like I said, is to jump. Jump from here to here. You can jump from here to what's okay, but I would say jump to what's ideal. And once you jump, you know how to stay consistent. All right? But there's a third option that is available to some of us, not necessarily all of us. And that is to collapse time and get to here faster. So, sorry? Ideal, yeah. So you could, this option here is about you accelerating the process and collapsing time. So what could have taken you 12 to 18 months, you could potentially do in 90 days. So the question that I'm going to ask each and every single one of us now is, how long are you going to wait before you jump?
90 days.
You're willing to wait 90 days before you jump?
Jump now.
You jump now. All right. So for those of us who are jumping now, so here's the thing. Within 97 days, you can create a transformational program that launches your practice. Within 97 days, you can sell it. Within 97 days, you can deliver it. What will make that possible is, first of all, for you to have the right strategy. The strategy is what I have explained to us. Over a period of 97 days, I'm going to implement this particular thing. Something else that you need is accountability. Basically, accountability as far as this is concerned is daily. If all you did was wake up and be accountable to what you're doing each and every single day as you move towards a particular goal, you will reach that goal without any additional coaching. I have had people who are engaged or loving on credit, as the case may be, for 8 years. And they got married in 3 months. I've had people who were laying foundation for their house for years, and they built the house in 90 days. I've got people who were trying to get NAFDAC number for years, and they got it within a month. Why? Because there's no excuse, and every single day you have to say, what did I do to move forward? If you like, crawl. If you like, as long as you're moving, you'll eventually get there. The reason why most people don't make progress is simply because they don't do that. Third, you need community. All right? You need a place where the conversation that we're having here is normalized. I've talked about $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. The reason why it's difficult for a lot of us to think in that direction is because it's not your normal day conversation. For some of us, this is the first time you're having that conversation. Mr. Oster told me something, shared something in class, not directly with me. It was like, you can't have in your life something you don't have language for. You need a place where this kind of thinking is normalized. Within the 97-day challenge, basically what I do is work with you to implement a strategy. You have private access to me. Like I told you guys, access to me at this particular point in time is $1,000 an hour. Even if that was all I was offering, this more than covers this. But aside from just implementing that particular strategy, we also have accountability within the highly paid experts network. Access to resources that redefine the way you look at the way you are building your business, the way you do things as a whole. And then, of course, there's community. You get to meet other people who are like-minded. Could someone please put that off? All right. So you have. Anyway, so here's the thing. So, like I was saying, we're talking about strategy, implementing TribeCraft. We're talking about accountability, and we're talking about the community that sits behind all of this. The investment that I am asking you guys to make in this is 900,000. Like I said, it's not for every single person, but it's for a very specific type of person. If cash is a problem, we can work out a payment plan. The next batch starts off in August, but I don't have space for plenty people. Last time I took 15 and I almost died because of work. So this time around, I don't have space for 15. But for those of you who will be coming on board, this is what it's going to take. If you have the opportunity to get involved right now, I can make you a deal for 750. If you get involved today. If you don't get involved today and you'd like to lock your spot down, you can lock your spot down with 100,000. Every single thing. The 97-day challenge, it ends after 97 days.
So this 750 will expire for 97 days?
Yes. All right. So if you want to lock down your spots, maybe you do not have this. You want to lock down your spots. You can put this down and do 3 payments of 300,000. So this is what I'm saying. The price is 900. All right. If you're ready to get in now, all right, you can come in for 750. All right. Or if you're waiting a bit later, you can come in for this if there's still space for you. If you prefer to lock down your position, you put down 100,000 naira now, and then 3 payments of 300,000 over a period of 3 months. Sorry? This is what I'm saying. I'll say this one more time. Guys, this is what I'm saying. The program is 900,000, right? So you can wait a few days, you can wait a few weeks. Come pay your 900,000. No big deal. If you've got 750 today, if you have 750 today, make the payment for 750 and you're good. If you don't have 750 today, lock yourself down with 100,000 and then 3 payments, 3 monthly payments of 300,000. Yes.
Like you pay 100K now to secure your slot.
Yeah.
Then you now pay 300,000 naira.
Yes.
So more people get problems.
I swear. No, it's not. Look, guys.
Sorry, you start the report.
So that's pretty much it. So, like I said, just to be clear, one more time. One more time, just to be very, very clear, for those of you that are going to come on board, it's 900,000. If you've got 750 today, you can come on board and be done. Or if you don't have that, you can lock your position down with 100 and then do 3 payments of 300,000 each. That's pretty much the deal. So guys, thank you.
How do we take the step?
Sorry?
How do we take the step? Do we call you?
Once we are done, I'll basically put details here. For those who would like a conversation to just clarify things and make sure that it fits, I can have the conversation before we zip, or I can drop my number so that we can carry on with that conversations.
Start a conversation.
Yeah.
Now, so let me tell you. The first time I came in contact with something like this, in terms of taking the risk. Okay, first of all, the summary of how I connected with Victor was the fact that I had a lot of people asking to do partnerships with us from 5 years ago. I met a very brilliant lady in Lekki, and I would say no. The moment I met with Victor, he was like my kind of person because first, I noticed that many times when I speak with Nigerian teachers, trainers, and speakers, they don't invest in themselves.
Yeah.
They don't spend money on themselves. I'm looking for where are they learning from? Where are they getting things from? I hear zero. Oh, they read a John Maxwell book, or they read this, that. So I don't connect with a lot of people. And so, but Victor, he talked to me about the people he had been learning from. He had spent $50,000 here. I'm like, okay, yeah, so this is the kind of person I want to work with. So I moved closer in the sense that what I'm looking to get, this guy is already doing it, and so I can tie that up. Many of us are also not able to ask people to pay us because we are not paying ourselves. So we don't even get the mentality of, that much value. And the people in this audience may even be the wrong crowd I'm talking to because a lot of you have invested so much in yourselves already. But what I'm saying to you is when you see stuff like this, what I did in 2009 or 7 and 8 was I said, I don't know how this is going to happen. I emptied my pocket of the pounds I had. I paid for the thing and I figured out later how. And some of you have done your trainings like that. It's an opportunity. There are a number of you that I've talked to about Victor that never, Mariam is one of them, that never really, and then it was cheaper. It was much more cheaper. Okay? And I when I get close to people and I observe what they are doing, I'm like, if I know she would help you or she will help you, I just say, go meet this person who will help you. There's a lady called Chidima, somebody in Lagos, Chidima Mwobi. Yeah. I remember connecting her with Praise for World Web just from hearing what she was saying. I said, I think there's somebody you need to meet. If I hear what you're doing, I'm not threatened by anything anybody is doing. I just connect you with them because I feel they will help you. So I'm saying that this is something you should act on. This is something you should find a way with. This is something you should sell your car for. I'm serious. Yeah, this is something you should. You should need no persuasion to do this. Is that okay? This is something that will be worth your while. Then the final thing I'll say about Victor is I must warn you. Doing anything with Victor is work. It's what? It's menene. It's work. Victor doesn't promise. It sounds all nice here, but the work is going to crush you in your room. You sit down. You have tasks to do. I have been running away for 3 years. What? No. But start. It's I have people who help me do certain things. The reason why I don't run away from them is because I check out, okay, this person is trying to help me. Okay. So what are we doing next? It's trying to help me. It's for my sake. It's for my benefit. So start it. Don't say, oh, because I will not implement it. Check how the pattern that prevented you from doing this in the past and say, how will I do it differently this time around? It's very, very important. Honestly, we could be having a different conversation in 2023 and you say, Mr. Osa, I'm glad I listened to you. Or it could be, Inda, Nafani. Okay? Had I known. And honestly, he mentioned one person here, Nike Ajayi. It took me 9 months or a long time to convince Nike to work with Victor. She wouldn't listen. She would not listen. Now when I go to Lagos, she doesn't have my time. She's my best friend. She's very busy. She doesn't have my time. And I'm angry at what Victor has done with her. Okay? But it was so hard to persuade her to just try and see, because I'm like, from this thing you're doing, this will help you. It took a long time to convince Suni. By the way, many of you don't know that the people who work with me are free to do this for themselves and start something of their own. Suni is doing an incredible work now, something I've never talked to anybody about, but it's something called Flow. Okay? That is helping people to live a life of congruence in an incredibly simple way that in the next 6 months to 1 year, you may not recognize her while she continues to do her work with Innocent Minds. Okay? Rinret Goffin has done some work at some level with Victor. I think she has run away too at some level. She has run away too. Because it's work. And it's work for you. Okay? It's work. So this is not one of those get-rich-quick schemes. There is many aiki. There's work. So, but I feel like, you know, those of us who are here, it doesn't matter whether you want to create impact or you want to make money or whatever you want to do. Listen to the voice of reason today and jump on board this bandwagon today. Now, this is what I'm going to do, Victor. There's a conversation that Victor had with us for about 2 days in 2019 in a hotel in Lekki. For everybody who gets on board, it's a 7-hour session that we had that was very different from this. Maybe some of the things he keeps saying that it's a future talk, it's a future talk. I'm promising that everybody who gets on board, I didn't discuss this with him, I'll wrap up that package for 6 or 7 hours, I don't remember, and give it to you. Make sure he gets it and then he can give it to everybody. It's our property. For example, this video is our property. We're not giving him, but it's ours. So we're going to package that and give it to everybody who gets on board. Probably no. If you take something, if you get this thing,
Can I get?
No.
I listened to you now and
No,
I went.
no. You have a different reward. Okay. I'd like to really thank you guys for honoring us to listen and to invest in this time that you have spent here today. I'm hoping that it's worth your time. And for everybody who is here, I'm encouraging you. I've seen encouraging signs from people asking about refresher classes. From all that we're talking about, I hope we know all of this came from NLP tool conversation, right? Some of us need to get updates. We started doing those refresher classes for free. Nobody came. Then we put money, then they started to come. Yeah. We didn't know. So we should do it for free again? No. No. The discount is that this classes cost, I think it's somewhere around 3 something, but the level 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, everything, Suni, I think is about 100 and something for the entire, for both classes. Yeah. 235 for 4 classes. 4 classes. You can grab that at once and take care of it. If you want to do the platform skills, I think it's one of the signature trainings that we are known for. Victor has sold that class for us in his trainings more than anything. When he's talking about storytelling, he sells that class because we talk about the multiple embedded stories and open loops and closed loops and all of those things. Many of us who are here have not gone to that level of the training. Some have. Let me see the hands of those of us who have done that. Do it proudly now. Very few people. I'd like you to come for the refresher, but everybody else who is here, please do the platform skills. The book we wrote, we got the first copies last night, so you can have a copy at the back here. We are not doing pre-order. Whether just buy, pick it and go. There's no ceremony around that. Okay? The story of my life is in here. The principles that changed my life and made me forgive my dad is in here. The things that made me lay to rest all of the issues I used to have with my dad, my mom, how I started my journey, the people we have met, all of my journeys with NLP, with training, with teaching, with coaching is packaged here. If you want to persuade anybody about neurolinguistics and whatever, this is a subtle way to persuade them and say, well, I got a book for you to read. That's all. Because at the end, Victor helped me to close this book very powerfully. Okay?
2 days, right?
No. Victor didn't do this book. I did this book by myself. But the closing chapter, he helped me. Okay? I would appreciate if some of you can help us get this word out. Some of you need to buy like 100 copies, 10 copies, 5 copies, 2 copies. Give it to your spouse. Send it to your brother in Kano. Do something about it. I would really appreciate it. For it's 4,000 naira. Like I said, no pre-orders, no blah blah blah. For those of you who want to do platform skills and the other courses, if you want to do that, you want to get this from us today as we close. Yes, you can get this. For those of you who owe us Bashi, pay us. Who owe us Bashi? Anybody else? Please don't just collect it. Give one behind you. The platform skill, hello. The platform skill offer there is 400. Let me see. Where is it? Page 2. The platform skills offer there is 393,000. The offer we have here for at event is 304. I'm going to give anybody who is taking the platform skills call for 295. Okay, 295. If you are paying within the next 1 week to Sunni, reach Sunni for that. 295. Please listen to that. Sunni, 295 platform skills they are paying within a week. If they are paying a deposit within a week.
She's asking for
refresher. Please meet Sunni.
okay.
Meet Sunni.
To pay for the training meets me, to pay for the book meets me.
Yeah, so Miriam Rinret, you can get the books from her. If you, it's 4,000 for a copy. You need 5 copies.
Wait, it's all for one.
How many copies? 10 copies.
1 week.
How many?
So once a week.
For all your staff. Yeah?
If I'm buying, they want to win. They have to merit it now.
No, deduct from their pay.
I'll stop paying them.
Please, if you're taking this book, give the money to Rinret now.
Don't worry, I'm paying now.
No. Rinret, please. Rinret, I've given books to people, I don't know them. They'll give it to you. Please, those of you who are staying behind to hook up with Victor, do that. Do that.
Okay, so this is please, for those of you who want to do transfer, let me just go standard transfer.
Click in red. Which one?
The book has finished.
Meet
Give me one of them. Who do I meet for the book?
this girl, this woman.
See her here. Pay first, let me see evidence.